and we're going to have a few people joining us in the next few minutes. Sorry I was late, everybody.
No worries.
Can somebody check and tell me when we're on YouTube?
I'm going to see if I can open it on my tablet. It might be. Oh, my tablet's
hello,
dead.
everybody. Welcome to the round table. Sorry we're late. That's totally on me. I was waiting for my electricity to turn off. And when it turns off, all of my machines start beeping. And we were late scheduling for turning off of the electricity. This is how reliable my electrical company is in this country. It's really a joke. I hope you're all having a great day. I'd like to apologize for lateness. And we have the most amazing discussion here today. We're going to be discussing the source of language, words, the source of the alphabet. We're also going to be taking a look at the metaphysics behind and the occult principles behind the structures of the alphabet. I'd like to welcome you all. We've got Mystic-Ronin here. We've got Kiano. We've got Libalam. Hi, you guys. So much love to you. Thank you for joining. Sorry for being late in bringing you in. Moonfeather is going to be joining us in just a little while. And Gabriel is going to be coming in a while as well. And we're also going to be having Lily joining us too. So without further ado, I'd like to give you each an opportunity to say hi. We've got the Mystic-Ronin. I'm sure by now those of you that are watching know the Mystic-Ronin is an amazing orator. He's also very switched on with regards to language. It's something close to his heart. The same can be said for Kiano, also a code breaker, a numerologist, numbers being the source of language. We can't really walk away from that. Libalam, well, he's studied various different disciplines, and language is close to the heart of anybody that is a true student of the occult, or the metaphysics, or the spiritual sciences, as I like to call them. Myself, obviously, words have been close to my heart, and words is something we're going to break them down today. We're going to start off by everybody getting an opportunity to say hi, and I'll leave the ball in Mystic-Ronin's court.
Greetings, everyone. It was a true honor to be here, speaking to everyone out there. And these powerful beings next to me, it's always an honor. Massive gratitude. We live in interesting times. Lots of people are getting switched on, and we're going to break down one of my favorite topics, and that is wards, spells, language of the birds. There's a reason why my name is has bird in it, and so shout out to the bird song out there, where we're gonna. In my opinion, I like to boil things down and get to the very beginning. So this is going to be really incredible. I'm sure we're going to build something real special today. And let's tap in, everyone. Love and harmony, peace and harmony to everyone.
Love, peace, and power. Love, peace, and power to everybody. Thank you to BushWhisperer for, again, having this wonderful space. Peace to Mystic-Ronin, Libra Lamb, Rima. Happy to see you all. This is one of my favorite topics. It really rolls. We've been kind of going in a wonderful circle, going right around the wheel. Letterology, words, phrases, spells, curses, all of these things are done with the mouth first. Well, technically speaking, they're done with the mind first, but as far as acting them out in this reality, it comes from the mouth, it comes from the hand. So this is going to be a wonderful discussion.
So excited to be talking about the logos with you guys. This is a topic that's going to go deep and esoteric. So I am so glad to be a part of this. Thank you all for coming together, and thank you, Shaman, for hosting this. This is going to be great.
We've got the lovely Rama here. She's not feeling that well. She's going to be handling the chat. We've also got Gabriel coming. We've got Lily coming in a little while. She's said she might be a bit later. And Moonfeather is also going to be popping in as soon as she can. Within the first hour sometime, we're going to have more people joining. So this is great because it gives us an opportunity to kick the ball out there. I don't even know where to start because there is so much to say with regards to the verbs and the words and the spells. And can you all hear my mic okay? Am I good, Ronan? There's no issues. Good. I'm going to turn off my sound. So I'll start off by saying there were a couple of really interesting points mentioned already, spells. And to my knowledge, that's where the word started. The word started before we used to write things down. We used to just speak them. And there was a golden age of, as I see it, a time when we were able to communicate without words. And the reason for words became communicating with the world in a very direct way in order to change the structures of consciousness that are the fundamental link that manifest reality and bring to us causality, the chain of life. So when we're considering words, I'd like us to bring it back, if we can, to the English language and how the English language has evolved from all these other languages and some of the very powerful nuances. Neurolinguistic programming, we're all aware of how powerful this is, a sphere, and how the words that we say affect ourselves and they affect the people around us. We've all seen hypnosis. We've all seen the likes of Derren Brown and other mentalists that are able to control a crowd with just a few clever words. Also word triggers that we're also going to obviously brush on to sigils, because this is how the written language was originally started. And I'd love for somebody else to take the stage and to start. I don't want to hear the sound of my own voice too much. So who would like to get cracking? Anybody?
Yeah, something I want to kind of get going is it's very interesting. Last week we were discussing numbers, and I was automatically already going into words and letters, because I think they're intertwined. So for me personally, just listening to words, looking at the spelling and all the how we got here, especially in this angel language, angles, to me is a true telling of history, of the past, I should say. More than any history book or history lesson. All I need to do, I can look at these words, even Ronin, row, right? And NIN. I mean, anything here, like we can sit and unravel this into the past and really bring up a lot of this gnosis, so we know that what we're saying and speaking and how that affects the cosmos and what ripples. And I love Kilelle. Yes, it starts in the mind, and then it also manifests with your speech out of the heart. The mouth speaks, and there's all kinds of these things. But something I find interesting is the language. I mentioned the language of the birds, and that brings me into sorry, I thought I was going to sneeze. That actually brought me into Ethiopia. For those that are into the Semites, I'm very pro-Semite when it comes to whether we're talking the Ethiopians or the Palestinians or anyone in that area, even the Seminoles, the Semites of Florida. You see how these words can connect all these things? And then you have NOLA, which is, you have that Louisiana NOLA mix there. So you have so just looking at these languages, but that brought me to Amharic, which is Ethiopian's national language. Very similar word to Aramaic, which those that are into the Bible, supposedly the Jesus was speaking that during his time. They were still, in fact, side note, they were still conducting church services in Amharic in Syria. That was before they blew it up and destroyed it. So I see an absolute, we can uncover a lot of the deception and hijacks by uncovering a lot of these words that we speak. So I have something about the language of the birds and how it affects all cultures. And I'll read about this later, but I just wanted to kind of share a little bit of baseline where I'm from. Where my mindset is. On top of that, I see the Phoenicians coming from the old world, which I call America, Amori, con, love, amore, or amor, recon, rich, right? Again, these words, this place in North America was always called America. No fake Alberto Vespucci with a fake name Amerigo named this region. So again, this is where we get into the power of words and the power of unraveling what has really happened in the past and of conquered cultures and etc. So I can keep going on. You know, I could play this word game, Kilelle, for a long time. If anyone else wants to chime in, I'll feed in more later. But again, that's where I'm coming from as far as the importance of these words like Japan, right? You know, and you get into old continents like Lemuria, Mu, and Atlantis. Even like, you know, I always mention like Bermuda, Barbados. You have the Barbary and the Berbers in these names, in these words, right? I don't need a history book. I can take Bermuda and I see Berbers and Barbary. I see Mu, the land of Mu, and I see Da, which is the land of Davidas and the Davids here in the old world, in the Americans. So that's why I love, this is my favorite topic. I can literally take one word and learn so much about how we got here. I'll bounce past it to someone else for now because again, I don't want to go on with my. I want to hear other people's take on some of this.
Ronan, you said everything except for the deaf Phoenicians.
Oh yeah, good. Take it, bro. You got it.
You know, when we look at language, and I mean language, I mean languages, not just the one that we hopefully can speak thoroughly, but those around us, especially with this idea of a melting pot. I don't know how intriguing that is outside of the U.S., but that term has a multi-dimensional meaning. When we look at, for example, the Romance languages, Italian, French, Spanish, you understand that if you turn them 90 degrees, you're speaking the other language, right? That's why they're connected, but they don't tell you that. But there's, of course, 1/7 or one language missing. That could be legalese or what is known as Latin for a reason, because how do you have a dead language when nobody's speaking, but we have all these Latinos walking around, right? But they're speaking something else. Well, that's different from Castilian, which is what they speak in Spain, right? Well, there's a reason for this, and this is why the history has been so muddled. So again, we define ourselves as deaf Phoenicians. If we look into the Phoenicians just a little bit, and Sumer and the Akkadians and the Anunnaki and things of that, which were just prefects of what we call Kemet or Egypt or Tameri, we can draw a lot of lines.
Dude, 100%, man. Oh gosh, you said something. I lost my train of thought. I'll get it back. Oh, I got it. Hold on, I got it. So you reminded me of another thing, and this takes us back to the Garden of Eden and the apple. When you reverse the word Roman, you reverse it and it comes actually from pomegranate. If anyone wants some fun homework, look into pomegranate and you'll see the connection that's what Roman actually comes from, literally. So the word Roman means pomegranate. Now, pomegranates from the Garden of Eden, there was actually, to prove that you were at the Garden of Eden, you'd have to have pomegranate seeds. I'm under the thought that it wasn't an apple. It was actually a pomegranate. That's my idea. That's not my belief. That's my idea. I'm not trying to push that on anyone, but just based on kind of, again, this word magic. This is magic. Not knowing this magic, you have no idea what spells you're casting out. You have no idea. And you have no idea what spells are being cast against you. Kilelle touched on some of this, like Black's law talk and how we use words in every day is different than when you're in certain other company, in some other ship, partnership, you name it. So you not knowing, not having these powers of decoding the spells you're casting and that's being cast against you can be detrimental to your well-being. You're walking around blind and have no idea the powers that you're using, which means you're not powerful, and those being used against you, who, you know, the others' influence and power against you. So this to me is detrimental in navigating this realm safely and powerfully. Yeah.
Spot on with the pomegranate.
We have the Sikh dissident here. Gabriel has joined us. Welcome, Gabriel. Totally honored for you to join us. And all I can say is Gabriel is a profound thinker. Haven't seen much of his content, but what I've seen, I saw him teaching on Enneagram, beautifully put. He's a wonderfully succinct speaker, and I'll let him take the floor as well to introduce himself.
Man, too kind, brother. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you for the invite, brethren. So it's great that I walked in on the pomegranate talk. I did not know this about the Romans connecting to the pomegranate. I've got a whole bouquet on offer regarding pomegranate, insight. There was a long-standing legend that every pomegranate has 613 arils. The arils are the seeds. Turns out it's not standardized. You can't make any plant grow the exact same number of arils every single time, but they got together, they did the legwork, and they found the average of any group of pomegranates is going to be 613 little arils. And 613 is a sacred number. It's the number of mitzvahs for the Hebrew observance, for the ideal life. You know, it's like their Confucianism is to complete 613 mandatory, accomplishments or good deeds, so to say. Some say that that Christ performed the 614th mitzvah. And so if you add one to the 613, you've broken through to the next level. You know what I mean? It's like he added the final, the pinnacle of all accomplishment to that number. Now, it's the 111th prime. And I know you guys love numbers. And when we hear 111, we all light up. We all light up. We're like, now that's some sacred next level back door to how the matrix is working. You know what I mean? When you get into trying. What's that?
Can I add on to that, Gabriel? By the way, welcome, brother. It's great to see you again. Always a pleasure to share space with you, man. That boiling down to the 111 prime number, if you take a pomegranate and cut it in half on its side, you can, standing up, you can cut it in half and look at it. But actually, I recommend turning it over and cutting it to the side. You'll see it has 3 sections, like a peace sign. It kind of goes like this, and it kind of goes like a peace sign. 3. So I equate kind of like, I make that connection with the 111 to the 3. Since we're talking about pomegranate, I don't think I'm reaching. I think it's so incredible, these connections, in nature. You know what I mean? And yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So it is, I've seen that. You cut it just the right way and you get a nice Enneagram layout. Those 3 sections, the feel, think, act, the future, past, present, all the holy trinities are very beautifully preserved in the pomegranate. Now, what's fascinating, and this kind of is going to lead into that Roman part, the pomegranate is controversial because to the Greeks, it was considered a forbidden fruit, that you should not take of it or else it has a trap or a snare. But to the Hebrews, it was like, we have a holiday where we eat pomegranate actively and we brag and boast about it. So it's like, kind of, again, like gang signs, where you take their symbol and you turn it upside down to defile it. and they take your symbols and exalt or replace their own. So the pomegranate is acrimonious. It really does have good and evil intrinsic to it. And I love what you said about you think it's a pomegranate and not an apple. I think that when these agricultural exchanges happen, it's a sign that the myth has moved to new earth, to new soil. So we don't have pomegranate here, so the story has to be apple, so it hits closer to home to the child. You know what I mean?
Yes, Slick, I mentioned to give context on where I'm coming from. I see the America, and we're discussing words. I see the Amurikas or Americans as the books of the Tanakh and things. I see the Hebrew, the old, especially the old Hebrew, Phoenicians, etc. That whole setting was in the old world, which I call America, where pomegranates do exist. So I also love what you said, how, yeah, you have that story, you moved it to a different location. You can't use pomegranates. Excuse me, I'm drooling. You can't use pomegranates, so you gotta, you know, famoose it to an apple. Yes. You know, so that's just in context. That's where I'm coming from as far as the past. You know. Yeah, man. Yeah. Well, for one thing, it has to stay red, because red means you have read. You're well read. You're erudite. You're erudite means that you carry the books in your head with you. You're well read. And it's also red is the internal. It's and inside of us. Rudy, and we want to break down words. I'm going to go nerdy on you guys. Yeah. You know, like Rose, Rudy, you know, it's red. So a lot of these other words come from that, like Russia or the Rus. Although I may be reaching, because the Rus and Ronin might be more, I think the Rus may be more towards rowing. So forgive me if I'm making a connection that's not there. No, I hear you. No, what you know, the red is very important on the equatorial. Excuse me, the equinox band. The spring and the summer equinox. And the spring equinox, it's the beginning of the light spectrum. So we're in that red of the Roigi Biv. But funny enough, 180 degrees on the other side of the calendar is when the leaves become red. And so while the light spectrum in the spring is starting off with the red, the other end of the year, the leaves start to express that red. And so there's something going on with red on the Aries spring and that Virgo Libra fall, where the leaves take on the red. And it's as though I always say that, you know, to the ancients, the leaves turning red is like blood spray. It's like when you even pomegranate, when you open a pomegranate, you got to look out. You got to be like Dexter. You know what I mean? You're about to be reading the auguries of the blood spray of the pomegranate, you know, theoretically.
Don't do it when you're wearing white, basically, because you're not going to be wearing white. And I wanted to add something to what you're saying here. When we take this from the conceptual into the physical, pomegranate is particularly good for your stomach. It's particularly good for your small intestine, but especially for the stomach. So what we're talking about when we're looking at the stomach is that which breaks down pieces of information. And now we're looking at the red. So if you go to India, right, the Manipura chakra is a red triangle symbolizing fire. Obviously, it's an inverted triangle in India because they're looking at the astral rather than the etheric. So everything's juxtaposition in Asian law and Western law, if you really get right down to it. We're looking at the containers of force in the Sefirot, and they're looking at the chakra, the spinning of the energy that fills the containers. So two sides of the same coin, the Ida or the Pingala. But back to the sacred, the word sacred obviously comes from sac, red. So, you know, to bring that into context, this is ancient practices where red obviously is one of the fundamental rays. We've got the red ray, we've got the yellow ray, we've got the blue ray. And so if we want to look at the language, okay, looking at red is quite interesting. We want to really look at the first 22 fundamental archetypes, which were essentially 21 archetypes that are expressed as 22. And we're looking at the language of which became Hebrew, which is a very old language. It finds its roots in Chaldea, obviously, as I'm sure all our researchers as thrown up for us. Though when we consider the three fundamental principles, we're looking at the Aleph, the Shin, and the Mem. So we're looking at the principle of manifestation, we're looking at the principle of resonance, and we're looking at the principle of energy. And resonance is a reflection of reason of the mental plane. Reflection, to reflect upon something, is to consider and to contemplate. And the red, even though it's ruling our heads, it's essentially the manifesting ray. So when we're considering this, it's related to our passions. And obviously, your red is what makes your heart pump. It's what you care about. It's what's fundamental to you. Hence the word sacred, coming from the red sack. And literally the sack, red. In men, we've got a sack, right? And we get all red and fired up when there's a girl in the room that we like. And so the sacred and the sexual are really transposed when we look at especially the Eleusinian mysteries, the Vedic mysteries. Even in the Kabbalistic schools, there's a lot of knowledge about how and when to copulate and the effects of it upon the energy body of the priest or the priest's wife. And a rabbi had to be married. This is another interesting point when we're looking at the Jewish side of the law. And the same in the Vedic side. So when we're considering the fundamental three rays, the red ray is the ray of manifestation, and it's what brings Aries into play so that we can have a body. Without the red ray taking form, we wouldn't have a body. And these three principles, the red, the yellow, and the blue, then have to transmute themselves to form the other four elements, which then become a reflection of the seven rays. So it all comes from a fundamental three principles. But when we look at the principle of the red color, it seems to me that it's relating to digestion and knowledge. And so pomegranates, as something that is really good for your stomach, it empowers the ability for your mind to take apart information when you eat it. Hence, it's a very detoxifying thing. And I'm pretty sure that if it was studied in depth, it would have a positive effect on the central nervous system, because there's a second ganglia brain in the solar plexus, which is quite important in the same way that, you know, medical science said that the endocannabinoid system wasn't important. And then they discovered recently that it's the most fundamental way in which we form new ideas and memories. So I think there's going to be a lot of knowledge coming out about this plexus in the human body, the solar plexus, which in the Vedic school is called Krit Padma, which is essentially just below the heart. And so we're looking at this fundamental manifestational energy that relates to the pomegranate. So the pomegranate, to me, when I've eaten it and I've meditated on the taste and what it represents the fullness of life taking form. And I'd love to leave it at that, put that out there for you guys to consider.
Let me chime in real quick. I have a couple paragraphs I want to read about bird language, but before I move on, I want to remind everyone that little stream of consciousness that we just added into was, I mentioned the word Roman. And that build came from me just mentioning the word Roman. I love it. Isn't that? I think that's magical. That's powerful right there, man. And I also I love the how that also read and sacred, because I love these old sayings and puns of, if someone's lying to you, what do we say? They go, that doesn't sound right. Or if you're telling me something that is true, I go, that sounds right. Isn't it interesting? You can tell a lie by the way it sounds to you. That I find that fascinating. So we have the speech, and that, you know, and then we have, how do you translate that into writing? And that's where I get into the bird language, because I also feel that you hear birds, you emulate their language, and then somehow that is where a lot of this speech came from. But let me just read just a couple paragraphs, if that's okay, about bird language and all over. So I mentioned Amharic of the Ethiopians. You also have the Ukrainian language is known as nightingale speech amongst its speakers.
Are you kidding me? Dude, that's Survivor Games or whatever, Hunger Games. That's total Hunger Games right there.
With the nightingale.
That's totally predicted in the Hunger Games, dude. That's crazy. You just dropped that on me.
Can you write that? Can you save that for a second? All right, hold on. Okay, because there's more. All right, that's Ukrainian. I mentioned Amharic in Ethiopia, so let's keep going. In Norse mythology, it's just a couple paragraphs. In Norse mythology, the power to understand the language of the birds was a sign of great wisdom. We have Odin had two ravens called Hugin and Munin, who flew around the world and told Odin what had happened among mortal men. So Odin spoke the language of the birds. In Greek mythology, I'll try and skim through here. Jason's ship, the Argo, was built out of oak from a sacred grove of Dodona and could speak the language of the birds. Tiresias was also said to have been given the ability to understand the language of the birds by Athena. The language of the birds in Greek mythology may be attained by magical means. It's in Homer's Odyssey. I'm gonna fast forward down. In the Quran, Solomon, and David are said to have been taught the language of the birds. Within Sufism, the language of the birds is a mystical divine language. In the Jerusalem Talmud, Solomon's proverbial wisdom was due to his being granted the understanding of the language of the birds by God. We're talking about the most wise person around. He got his wisdom from that. The concept is well known from many folk tales, including Welsh, Russian, German, Estonian, Greek, Romani, where usually the protagonist is granted the gift of understanding the language of the birds, either by magical transformation. The birds then inform or warn the hero or some hidden treasure. I'm almost done. Alchemy. In Kabbalah, the Renaissance magic and alchemy, in Kabbalah, Renaissance magic and alchemy, the language of the birds was considered a secret and perfect language and the key to perfect knowledge, sometimes called langue verte or green language. John Dee likened the magical Enochian language he supposedly received from communications with angels to the traditional notion of a language of birds. And last but not least, in medieval France, La Langue des Ossois was a secret language of the troubadours connected with the tarot, allegedly based on puns and symbolism, and so on and so forth. Oh, and they learned that in a inn called Au Lion d'Or. The Golden Lion is allegedly code for in the bed one sleeps. So that's just a quick synopsis of how the language of the birds is spread all across this realm in history. And, I don't want to add on to it. What do you guys think about that stuff that I just threw out there?
So if you understand that the greatest thing you can do physically in this realm is to fly, that's going to make a lot of sense. If you understand that the indigenous people all over the world who deal with the feathers of the bird, right? Just like Slick's wearing right now, right? That's a symbol of higher ascension, right? That's wings. But bird starts with the letter B, which is the second letter of the English language, right? 2 is the number of the feminine. So I got to draw this back to something that Moonfeather, shout out to Moonfeather, said in the chat about the Song of Solomon. In the Song of Solomon, to tie up the pomegranate, Solomon said in chapter 6, verse 7, that your cheeks were like a pomegranate. Now, for anybody who knows biblical texts, that book is the most sexually explicit book in the Bible. And if you're not attuned to coded language, you may not pick that up because we're going to take things literally. The fruit of Adam and Eve was never actually named. If anything, it was a quince, but it became an apple because when you cut an apple in half, it resembles Venus with the 5 C's in the layout. Also, Baphomet, who is a reflection of the elephant, which is a reflection of the womb. So when we talk about red and we talk about primal or primary, well, just remember that everything here is inverted, whether it's natural or unnatural, i.e., to be baptized in your mother's blood is the most sacred thing you can ever experience. However, to shed a person's blood is the worst thing you could possibly do.
That's really lovely, Kalau. That's truly profound, to be baptized in your mother's blood. I'm going to let that sink in for a while. And I'm going to pick up one of the seeds that Ronan threw out, which is bird language. And it's something which is quite close to my heart, the language of the birds. Been teaching my little boy about the language of the birds this whole week, because we've been on the mountain and there's a lot of bird song up there. Every day we go up like twice. And
synchronicity, my friend.
I've noticed that when you listen to birds, and one of the things, a feather, what is a feather? Let's think of thought, Thursday, thought, which is related to electricity for a moment, and faith, the elemental personalities that are present in the element of air, faith, thought. So we've got two very interesting words playing out, and I'm pretty sure there's going to be an association if we really dive into that. And hence, to connect with the element of air, most indigenous people use feathers. And feathers have got a very interesting vibrational frequency. If you like hold feathers, they really, my experience of feathers is they make my skin very sensitive. When I touch feathers, I notice my heart, anahata chakra, becomes activated. Obviously, you've got the 5 vowels, you've got the 5 chakras, 5 spheres below the fundamental. And so, my little boy's just arrived home. I hope it's not too loud. These 5 elements are related to the 5 senses. Obviously, hearing for the throat, feeling, sensation for the body, or the skin for the heart, vision for the stomach, solar plexus, and the sphere of taste for the cauldron. Obviously, cauldrons where we get our food from, the sphere of taste, and the sphere of smell. I'm burning my frankincense and myrrh for the root chakra, the Muladhara chakra. So when we consider the sphere of air, the element of air, which relates to the Merkaba, which relates to the 2 floating the hexagram, the 3-dimensional hexagram of 2 floating triangles or 2 floating tetrahedrons, if you want to consider it in terms of its actual space, I've always considered this to be a representation of the astral sphere, as opposed to the cube of space, which is sort of an inverted principle of the same idea, which is related to the etheric space, where the etheric space is the containers that contain the energy of the astral sphere, the astral being the more abstract. And as anybody who has had out-of-the-body experiences will notice, there's 2 main ways of travel. There's a third mode, but the 2 main modes is like when you're activating your Svadhisthana chakra and you're activating the lower spheres, you tend to move into a reality that looks like this reality, but you can move through walls. Now, it's a little bit different, but it's very much similar to this in a sense, with luminosity and slight differences, and speed of movement is like a thought-based idea, but still there's structure. When we're speaking about the heart, we're speaking about pure energy. There is no form, there is just pure energy. So when I touch a feather, it causes the resonant frequencies in my body to react on my skin, and my lungs become activated. And so by handling feathers, I see you've got feathers in your head, that will activate your heart sphere, activate your skin senses, and bring you into the heart space of consciousness. Now, the heart, very interesting, because the pineal is effectively creating a light in the head because of the quantum entangling process between the cells, which are essentially crystalline cells in the retina of the eye, found in the pineal gland. It generates light, which stimulates the pituitary gland, causing the white milk to go over the top of the head, causing the yellow fluid to come out of the pineal gland. And these go up and down the 33 notches in the spine to create the flow of what we know as a kundalini. And when it comes back up to the top, it's being purified. There's arousal of the kundalini. It touches the sastra chakra after touching the ajna chakra, and it produces longevity, or the Christos, as the ancient Greeks called this anointed oil, when it has been purified through all 3 aspects. And once again, those 3 aspects come back to play. The first aspect is in the sacral plexus, which is red, red. The second sphere is in the stomach, which is, once again, the red is being transformed into digestion juices.
And the third sphere is in the heart, where we are now transcending the physicality for the first time in true space of extra dimensionality. And the telepathy is related to the heart sphere of touch. So if you become very sensitive to your skin, you'll become sensitive to what other people are thinking. There's a very, very profound connection between all. And if you're sensitive to what other people are thinking, you'll be sensitive to what animals are thinking, and you'll be able to understand what it is that they're saying. So when we listen to birdsong, it activates our Visuddhi chakra, but it activates it in such a way as to push the energy down to the heart sphere, because the birds are related to the element of air, and so they are stimulating the heart plexus. And the heart plexus brings us back to the lungs and the breath. And Hansa, as we know, is the fundamental realization of polarities, the fourth principle of Hermes, as represented by the heart. And if we consider that, we've got the third principle of Hermes, which causes quantum entanglement, the second, which is that all things are related to other things, principle of Hermes, which then becomes the fourth principle of Hermes, which is polarity, which is then bound, because of its polarization, into the fifth principle of Hermes, which is thus rhythm, the way of the shaman, the solar power. And this then is bound by causality, because rhythm and cadence will produce causality, cause and effect. If it swings that way, it will swing this way. If it swings that way, it's got a rhythm to it. You can predict it. So the causal element is thus brought in, and this then compounds everything into the sacral plexus to become the physical body of the generative final seventh principle. So if we consider how important this fourth principle is when considering all seven principles, it stands in the center of all seven principles and unites all things. So we can say from a Kabbalistic perspective that the element of air, when we're considering the nefesh and we're considering the psyche in the way in which there is this polarizing effect, and you can see it so carefully explained in the Chinese systems, because obviously the Chinese don't consider the element of air. They've got two. They've got wood and they've got metal. They've got the receptive air and the projective air, the air that I can control things with. So the element of air is really relating to the middle world of the shaman, if we want to get into the brass tacks. And the middle world of the shaman is how you create changes in the world, changes within yourself. And this is the sphere of magic, if we want to look at it. The upper world of the shaman is where we get the divine inspiration. The lower world of the shaman is where we go and do the lower work on ourselves in order to prepare ourselves and our karmic reality footprint, so that we are able to balance the upper and the lower in the middle world, where we do the magic, and that's where the power flows. Hence, all shamans have always had an affinity with feathers. And coming back to the crows, the speech of the crows, sort of, I think, brings us a full circle back to understanding how life and death is about polarization. And the crow is essentially a symbol of life and death. And so in India, we speak of it as Kak Bushundi, which is quite interesting. The word Bushundi also relates to another kind of a three-pronged leaf, which is related to your Visuddhi chakra, which is a total purification of the energy bodies, which is a kind of a medicine you can find in the Himalaya. It's called Nirkundi in Nepalese language. I can't remember all the other names, but there is a name that relates to that name in the Vedic language. It's been many years since I've lived in India. But what I can say to you is that there's this very interesting connection with the birds. When you take these medicines, and these aren't psychoactive medicines that put you on a high, these are medicines that actually change the way in which your digestion works. Very interesting. And produce heat in the body. So you then just have incredible heat and physical strength in your body, and you're able to stand intensely cold temperatures when you take this medicine. It makes you want to vomit first, and you need to stomach down the vomit in order to get the power of the medicine working through your body. Like if you have to go and collect wood and you're living in the ice and it's really cold, you take a hit of this before you get out there and you fetch your wood and you come back in and you can make your fire and you can, sustain your body and stay alive. But the bird language is, I believe, relating to the element of touch and relating to the heart's expansion. And so it's the balancing of the Merkabic energies that the feather activates within us in some incredible way. And it's also related to the dream sphere, because the polarization of the consciousness is where we can create a new sphere within the sphere, which we can exist in temporarily as a dream. And that is the nature of this whole reality, is a dream. So essentially we are flying. We are flying through the field of consciousness, and all of this is just consequential reactions to these 7 principles banging against our consciousness. But I'll leave it at that and let you guys respond.
I love it. I love it. You know, all those words, they sound so familiar to me. Like every time I hear words from India or the Orient or the East or any of, you know, even Tibetan words, I almost understand them. And then when I find the definition, I find that I wasn't far off with my guess. You know what I mean? It's like, and I don't study those languages. It's just on some level, they resonate. And if you're erudite enough, you know, you'll probably have a good guess of what those words are talking about. And I wanted, before we go too far from the pomegranate, I wanted to put this in there too. You guys know the joke, I ate corn? Do you guys know that joke?
No.
It's a one-liner, and it's just, I ate corn, question mark. And the only situation that a person would be saying that would be as if they're looking at their stool, if they're analyzing, or if they just threw up. So it's like, it's kind of a gross joke. You got to be in the right mindset for it.
Oh yeah, got it.
Right. But that's what the pomegranate experiences. A pomegranate, a rill, like a kernel of corn, when you eat it, it actually survives the underworld completely intact. It can go through the inferno. It goes through the purgatorio, and it comes out the other side into the paradiso. And so these kernels are proof that you can go into the fire, into the darkest abyss of oblivion, and come out the other side. And one cool thing about pomegranate, I think, is they might come out the other side clear. Like they go in red, but they come out the other side purified. And I know that's gross and weird, but there's something sacred in the olden days to that. Something very sacred to that.
And something sacred to absorbing the red into your body. I think that's something very fascinating. It's like, you don't usually think of color as something that you actually take into you. Very, very profound that you brought that up. One thing I want to add too is bringing in pranava into this. Now, this is a technical term, but it's something that we're all familiar with. It relates to Aum. And so this, for those who don't know, is the most ancient mantra that we have. It goes back into the ancient Vedic culture. And I want to kind of quote something from the Bhagavad Gita, which goes into this. And Krishna says in the Gita, "I am A among the letters." And so what he's talking about is pranava here. He's talking about Aum. So when you're saying Aum, when you're doing it properly, maybe I didn't do a good job there. It starts at the throat, and that's where the A comes from, and then it rises up, and in the palate, or in the tongue area, you get the U, and then at the lips you get the M, and so it kind of represents where the impulse is rolling forward from the throat to the tongue and then out the lips, and this has a sort of cosmic relationship, I think, with the nature of going from sound or noise into vocalization.
So let me chime in real quick, brothers and sisters. First, some notes on the birds. And I'm going to, oh, by the way, that pomegranate, you said you eat it, and that last part is paradiso. Well, I mean, that one man's paradiso, I mean, that's up for interpretation coming out the other end. But based on... Also, I just want to remind everyone that before Mexico, and you guys know this, it was called Paria, like Peru, which is where we get the word paradise. Just kind of throw that out there. Fun with words. When you mentioned Tibetan, you just said the word Tibetan slick, and it reminded me like Thai-bet. I'm thinking bet as in alphabet, and I'm thinking Thai as in 3. Or as well as like Tyre and some of these other cities and empires, and even Terame ships. So you have that Thai, then you have the bet. That's me just weaving right now. So that's something to think about. How how these names came to pass all over the world again. Franklin, you mentioned Hermes, and you also mentioned touching and things. I'm thinking like that's maybe why you grow hair long. Hermes hair could be a very good receptor on the thing, almost like your feathers. That's almost like your feathers. And I feel like Gabe is trolling us. He wore 3 feathers today, and he had no he had like the synchronicities are awesome because we didn't say we're gonna go straight to bird language. And then another note, the last note is with the birds and where do they live a lot is on trees. And you also mentioned the principle of swing of branches. So they know the Hermetic principle of if it goes this way, it's going to go this way. They have those knowledge of the birds have the knowledge of the trees. And if you, I love to think of the roots in a tree similar to the synapses in our brains. It's all connected through the world. I love seeing the images of a pool, how it ripples and you have that light and it looks just like the synapses in the brain. Any type of like electrical type of things where you have these nodes and they're all connected. I see that as what's happening with trees and their roots. So like a tree probably can, on this side of the plane can communicate with a tree thousands of miles away because it's got all it's an interconnection, interweb. And the birds live on that. You know what I mean? And so we've been talking about birds and you've been mentioning, so I love the synchronicities. Franklin, the fact that you were talking to your son earlier this week, I just happened to bring up this, and now we've been weaving on it for amazing. Slick is bringing in. It's like I love, and we have Moonfeather here. It's like I love this life, guys, of synchronicities. It's just wonderful. But anyway, that's some quick notes I took while you guys were talking, and I don't know if Gabe, you had anything left on that nightingale. I wanted to hear that connection. Ukraine, of course, we know Ukraine is big. Crane's a bird, is it not?
Yeah, man. Yeah, you hit it. You just nailed it. Let me pick it up with crane, buddy. I'm experiencing really intensive revelations these past couple weeks. I just spent my summer with my daughter, so I kind of put my synchro mystic hat off onto the side, retired it for about a month. And guys, when I put it back on, it was a little bit too much. So I'm going to try. I try to stay succinct and be as concise as I can, but just understand that this is like I'm trying to funnel and bottleneck a great amount of information. So please just bear with me. I'm going to try to rant and be very accurate. I've been meditating on the Wheel of Fortune card number 10. And I focus particularly, I have a bias, acknowledged bias to the Thoth deck. I am quite familiar with the other decks, but that Thoth deck card has really been hitting me lately. And I'm learning why. And there's a lot going on, guys. So I'm just going to kind of pontificate. Just understand this is all under the context of the 10 commandments, the lawgiver, this God in the sky who descends from on high. In the Greek plays, it was called Deus ex machina. This is the God machine. I think all of us are familiar with this trope of theater where they get you into a unreconcilable situation, such as national debt that cannot be solved, right? And they expect some machine, some titty from the sky to come down so you can suckle the rest of your life into retirement to the grave, right? This is Deus ex machina. And I'm realizing X is the Roman numeral 10. And you could spend days just talking about what the 10 means, but I'm focusing specifically on Deus ex machina, on this God machine descending from the sky. And now, particularly, now hold the Wheel of Fortune 10 card in your mind. If you know the Thoth Wheel of Fortune, it is a yellow wheel, which looks like a lemon. But a lemon doesn't have 10 wedges. It has 9 wedges, technically. But it's a lemon wheel with 3 characters, a Hermanubis-like character posted up on the wheel. It does not have the 4-cornered royal star, man, lion, bull, eagle in the corners. It does not. It lacks that. Okay, this card, the Thoth Wheel of Fortune card, it is Thanos. It is Thanos. He's Diablo ex machina. He's the devil machine from the sky. He comes down. He's purple. He's like Grimace. He's like all these other purple loving childhood. Barney. He's like Barney. He's all these loving characters from childhood. And he's also, I just found out, the actor was the big brother from Goonies. So Barney Rubble and Grimace, who is a taste bud, literally an anatomical taste bud, has been weaponized, militarized, grew up, and turned into the big brother Diablo ex machina Thanos. I call him Thanos Fauci because he snaps his gauntlet, which is a Monopoly in Italian. Monopoly is a gauntlet, and the whole world disappears, right? We all know this. We all know that they foreshadowed that shit. But what gets me is the form of delivery. I'm really looking at the packaging of the crane. This machine descends from a crane. The crane is always the answer. It's the cranial scaffolding of your mind. Okay. And I'm a little scattered. I want to get back on track with Greek theater. It turns out Aristophanes' comedy, it's called The Clouds. I think everybody should take a minute and review The Clouds, maybe take a couple days and read about The Clouds. It's a story about when in times of an empire, there's a father figure who has acquired too much debt. He has an unresolvable circumstance, and he wants to send his child into Socrates University. This is a fictional university. It's not real. It's not even supposed to be thought of as real. It's all just a story and a joke. This is not the real Socrates. This is a comedian's version of Socrates, okay? This is a fiction in a fiction in a fiction. The name of the school is called the Thinkery Tank, the thinky place where we go think a lot. It's got this silly, funny name that people always make a joke about how goofy the name is. And I think that the word think tank is a nod to the thinkery place. Okay, I think when we say think tank, we're actually nodding and nudging and going back to this Clouds. I think the Clouds is the biggest, longest standing inside joke ever. If you learn this play, you will see through the comedy, the ludicrous. Luda is a Greek word for silly, playful love. And when things seem ludicrous to you, it's very likely you should think back to the clouds, to the sea ludes, to the clouds, and realize this is playful bullshit. And so this father brings his son to the thinkery. And in the thinkery, everybody who is a student is bent over with their asshole pointing up at the sky, trying to discern whether farts come out of the front or the tail of the fleas. So they're all pointing their ass up at the sky. And meanwhile, Socrates, fictional, silly, laughing, comedic Socrates character, is riding around in a basket in the sky on a crane. He's being hoisted by assistants or holding him up in this basket in the sky. I think it's a lemon basket, but I'm not sure. And when the father figure says, "What are we all doing up in here? What the hell is going on in this place?" Socrates says, "We're done with the old gods. We found a new god. Its name is Vortex." And right there, there's so much right there on the vortex. But if you're looking at the Wheel of Fortune card, you will see the spinning cloud vortex in the backdrop, in the background of the imagery. You'll also notice that lemon wedge wheel. The next thing that the father figure says is, "Oh, I thought rain was just the gods pissing on us. I thought that was urine that was coming down on us all along. And you're telling me it's vortex? There's actually an intelligent design to this?" The whole thing goes so profound. But here's the thing. I go and I watch Oppenheimer. They're lifting up a god machine up on a crane, on a big hoisting mechanism device up on a tower, right? And when they blow the thing up, guess what all the scientists do? When the cloud appears on the horizon, guess what all the scientists do? They turn around, they lay on the ground, and they point their asshole at the cloud. The whole choreography of the Oppenheimer story is the biggest, longest standing Greek fucking joke of all time. The Oppenheimer story is The Clouds by Aristophanes. And now think about the crane kick that was the godsend of Karate Kid. Crane kick, right? Puts his hands up, snap kick, puts him in the face. And guess what? Johnny, his ass is pointing at the sky while the crane is dominating up above. I am realizing that the crane, the Deus Ex Machina of Ukraine, the solution to all of our irresolvable problems is nothing but a long-standing psychological fucking joke. And it is anatomically identical to the layout of your cranial experience, we'll say. And so all of this is just an echo chamber of the longest standing joke ever.
It's quite interesting what you say, because the oldest image of the zodiac, and I'm sure you know this, is a lady with her feet on the one side, her hands touching the other side, and her bum pointing up at the air. And it's an ancient symbol that relates to Nuit, right? Yeah. Now, Nuit, if you look at the word Nuit, right, like we're looking at Coptic here, this is the firmament. And in South Africa, if you say like slang, nooit, bro, no, it's not going to happen, it means never. So it's representative of antimatter. And you're talking about Oppenheimer,
yeah, man,
the atomic bomb, and antimatter, and Nuit, and pushing your bum in. That's the posture of Nuit. And in yoga, there's a posture like that.
Downward dog.
Doing the sun salutation, the dog, isn't it?
Wow, buddy. Okay, I just got to say, this consistency that we are revealing is indicative of a successful system. What I'm saying is they wouldn't do it so consistently if it didn't work. If they weren't getting returns, we would not have thousands of years of consistency on this ritualistic choreography. I'm telling you, the way that the body is articulated in these ceremonies is so much more important than we know. We're all looking at the words and the flash and the lights, but it's actually the shape of your body that becomes important in these rituals. And I think a lot of martial artists will agree to that.
The crane technique the crane technique was an illegal move. I just want to put that. It was not. Anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm being silly.
The new Karate Kid, the one with Jada Smith, he actually does a wheel kick, a bicycle wheel kick, which is even more accurate to the Wheel of Fortune card than the jump front snap crane kick. It's even more dialed in to this Deus Ex Machina archetype.
I don't want to take away a slight bit from that wave you just made, but how you connected those concepts together, so powerful. Thank you, Gabriel.
Thank you, buddy. I'm glad you received it, man. I mean, there's so much more. That was just 5 minutes. I've been taking this in for like 2 weeks, and it's intense. This is literally, I'm realizing that like our language, it comports to our anatomy in the strangest of ways. And it doesn't have to be exact. It can be just like a couple syllables the same. And that's enough to anchor your thoughts into yourself. And so while we're looking out, in that, what a lot of people call the heliocentric externalization of the hierarchy mentality, we're neglecting the fact that everything is also a sinking into your body. And all of these philological puns are so important. They're so important. And
pun life, dude. Pun life all day will reveal so much.
That's what's up, man. I think this world is pantheistic. The world is pantheistic, and it's very receptive, but it's just a language some people haven't developed yet.
I mean, these words have meanings, double meanings, triple meanings. The word means itself is it's a thing of measurements. It's you being mean. It's like, what's the meaning of this? I mean, that's done on purpose, I believe, Gabriel. I think that's done on purpose, and depending on how you utilize those tools. Kilelle mentioned earlier. Let me wrap mine up, and I'm done.
Yeah.
Kilelle mentioned earlier how you can use this for good or bad or this or that. I can, and you're talking about connecting it with your body. Like, if you're not aware of these things, I can say some words to you that can make you feel good or make you feel bad. And I can, even if I'm smart, if I'm slick enough, I can use the exact same word just with different intent and different use, and that can make you anatomically mess your vibe if you allow it to. And if you're not a high mage or know how to transmute energy or know these spells, obviously we can say certain words and it'll make people angry or to make them happy. But that's but that feeling it affects you anatomically. But
I want to put this. I just want to put this all on offer too before I forget. Machiavelli officially proves that when we say word, we're talking about the world, we're talking about a construct, we're not talking about Earth. So we are in these fictional constructs when we are speaking in the world of the worlds, right? But the other thing I wanted to say before I forget about this clouds in Aristophanes, this comedic playwright, guys, I think, how do I say this? Through that comedic lineage, the Actors Guild, they have a thread, a mantle that is consistent. Through that, the clouds and the word clouds has been developed. Since those days, somewhere along the lines, the word clouds now has a great deal to do with externalizing your thoughts. I think this is where the thought bubble comes from. And originally it was a thought ribbon. You would actually see like voice in artists like comics, political comic strips. They would literally have a ticker tape coming out of the mouth of the character. So at first it was a ribbon, but then it became clouds and voice bubbles. And so all of these things, whenever we see clouds and bubbles, we should be thinking about being tricked, duped, mocked, that this is in a comedic construct. We should immediately think of that. Democritus is the godfather of democracy. He's also the laughing philosopher. That is the laughing mask. That's the smiling mask of comedy from theater. But check this out. Comedy, democracy. Comedy and democracy are like the same damn word, and it's all a fucking joke, guys. It's all a joke. It all hails back to the comedic Actors Guild.
Well, Slick, what I hear is archy. I hear arc when it comes to that, me personally. So whether it's a demo arcing over you or a mono arcing over you, that's how I see that. But since we are talking puns, it could have multiple meanings. So don't let me. It's not only one meaning for sure. So we're all right. Everyone's right.
The word damak in Sanskrit is related to your mind. So that's literally in India. You want to insult someone, you say "Adme damak kharab hai hoga." It means your brain is rotten. So it's related to the brain connection with thinking. Damak. Just interesting to throw that out there. But I loved where we were getting to just a few minutes ago, where we were discussing the semantic connection with language and how language is a semantic expression of the body. And this is really, you've dropped the hammer on what I really wanted to bring up as a fundamental core part of this entire conversation. So look at the letter K, C. A C is like a cupped hand, right? And so the word cup comes out of a C. And so it literally relates to a cupped hand from the old hieroglyphs from pre-Hebrew, from the Paleo-Hebrew language, which comes from Chaldea. Before the alphabet was sounds, it was concepts, and there were hieroglyphs. And then at some point, using the idea of an image was decided, no, let's start using the sound that represents the idea of the image rather than the image itself. So we can see that the C relates to cupping the hand. We can see A. If you look at the old form of A, you look at the Aleph, the way it used to be drawn in the old time. You look at the magician, which is dynamic life force in action, the way I like to see it, which is why the elements are there. And you'll see that the one hand is pointing up and the other hand is pointing down, which is representative of a spinning wheel, receiving and giving energy. One energy is the Ida and the Pingala, you're receiving and you're giving, and this creates chakra, creates the spinning sensation, which is the wheel. And so you can see the wheel being a maturation of the life force coming into causality, coming into effect from the pure state of life force represented by the first card, the tarot. And we can look at all of the alphabetic letters, and they all seem to have the same thing. Like, look at M. Okay, so M is main, relates to water. The water in your body is in your sacral plexus, right? So that's where all the water collects in our bodies, and it's where our urine is. It's where the urine comes out. When we drink water, it goes through, and sort of our bodies are literally a little bit pear-shaped in sense of the gravity pulls the water towards those organs because those organs need the water most importantly. Then you look at words like sh. So sh in Chinese systems, there's three fundamental states. There's the sh, the hissing sound. Then there's the releasing of the breath. And then there's the vibrating resonance. So you've got the same idea in the Paleo-Hebrew. You've got the sh that represents teeth. Shh. It also represents being quiet. Shh. It represents how thoughts are quiet, bouncing around inside our heads, until we give it spirit, which is that magician, once again, but in its unmanifested form as the fool, which is sort of the magician moving around the whole of the tarot pack in a sense. The fool represents how that life gets around. It's on wheels. So when we look at all of these letters, they all seem to correspond to the tarot, and the tarot was brought up. Now the tarot are the metaphorical representations of what became the Paleo-Hebrew script. You mentioned the 10th card. Well, the 10th card relates to cup, the cupped hand. And so we're speaking about the 11th letter, which is the numerical quality of 20. So 1 becomes 20. Now we're looking at the Mayan stuff. Now it's getting really interesting. What were the Mayans on about with the 20? And we have 20 digits, by the way, which is rather interesting because the 1 is 10, but we've got 20 digits. So it's speaking about the polarity of 1, that 1 becomes polarized. And so we can extrapolate endlessly. We could look at all the other letters. We could look at N. What is N? Well, the N represents no, represents cutting off the energy, right? We're talking about a fish, N. So a N also causes the resonance to move up into the higher chakras. If you pronounce a N, you see where the sounds vibrate. It vibrates against the palate because the tongue creates the resonant field for the upwards. The Aum was mentioned. Now that's very interesting because we're looking at the innate here. The Aum is 3 parts. It's the A, the U, and the M. But the A is consisting of, once again, 3 parts. There's a mystical revelation. So the A of the Aum is 3 parts: the conscious, the unconscious, and the interaction between the unconscious and the conscious. And then we got the U, which is the crescent, which is relating to the energy, which is moving between this mental sphere of 3. And the M is that sacred red point, the point of it all, which is manifesting the Aum, Aum. And then we look at how the Aum is part of a facet of 3, the Aum, Tat, Sat. And then you'll find within the Aum, there's 3 aspects of the Aum. Then there's 3 aspects of the A within the Aum. And within each of those aspects, you've got the relevance of the Aum in the same way that you've got the relevance of the Aum through the Aum, the Tat, and the Sat. So you see that 3 principles is actually breaking out to become 9. And 9 is obviously the mystic number of 1, because 9 becomes 10, right? In its completion, it completes itself as 1 once again. So 9 is completeness, if we want to consider the meaning of the number 9 as we brought it up last week. But when we look at all of these other alphabetical letters, like we look at this, what is this? Well, this is S is a snake, right? Isn't that interesting? And you can literally see that it's got to do with the way in which energy reverses and the polarities are being expressed. And so now we're looking at Samek, which is a support. So what supports the life force coming into being is the snake. Is that the Kundalini, consciousness becoming form, is that fundamental point. And that's bringing us back to the metaphors and the images that we can consider very carefully, that the snake is the support upon which everything rests. And now we're looking at Moses' staff, with the snake wrapped around the staff. We're looking at the caduceus. I actually did a video on the caduceus a little while ago. The caduceus, we could probably discuss endlessly the caduceus as being the source of language, because these two serpents wrapped around that staff are really essentially etzrim. This is the tree of life. The tree of life takes us back to the birds, right? Because the tree is the most fundamental way in which we can understand the nature of creation. Creation is like a tree. We are like trees standing in the garden of creation, and we're digging deep down into the underworld, and we're expressing here in the physicality all of the nuances that we're pulling up from underneath. And trees are beautiful because they generate sugar. This is something we don't recognize. Sugar only comes from one place. It only comes from the sun, right? The only place it comes from is the sun. Now, what is the sun's letter? Tet. What is the tet? The tet is the serpent. When you look at the Paleo-Hebrew symbolism. So tet, the letter, comes from the serpent. And so we've got to look at the word T is to take, right? To tune, to tease something into place, to toggle a button, so we can see how all of these letters are related to semantic realities within the physical body, and how the energy is flowing through the body into these 22 phase tones. And I cannot stop without mentioning that the old form of music had a bar of 22 notes. To this day, Vedic music is based on the 22 notes of the raga. Before they had some adjustments in medieval Europe, there were 22 notes. All the semitones were taken into account with music. I almost wish we had the third eye edifice guy here. He would really be able to bring some real hammer dropping onto this musical knowledge. But there's a fundamental connection between the 22 archetypes, of which became the Paleo-Hebrew script that became Hebrew. The same script is the Arabic alphabet. The ancient Greek comes from the same place. These are all coming from one point, and it's the map of the etheric reality, the map of the containers, and the map of the containers is the physical body.
Yeah, buddy.
So
yeah, man. I got something on the 22. I'd love to share. I think you'll like, come back to the Solomon story that we were on earlier. So and I'm gonna get some details wrong. Again, I always want people to to prove my words. I totally am gonna screw this story up a little bit because it's been so long. But King Solomon is doing the roll call. And he's walking through his ranks of soldiers, and everybody's in place, not a foot, not a toe out of line. Then he goes and he does roll call on his army of demons. Every demon lined up at attention, not even breathing wrong. Everybody's at attention. Then he goes and he checks on his legion of birds, and he sees instantly, the tui-tui bird is not in place. Of all these hundreds of birds standing at attention, he instantly sees that the tui-tui has not returned from its mission. So he goes to the bird general and he says, "Bird general, where is my tui-tui?" General says, "We don't know, sir. I'm sorry. I've been looking for him all morning. I knew this was going to be an issue. He's MIA. Solomon says, "As soon as the tui-tui comes back from his mission, you send him straight to me." Sure enough, tui-tui comes into the king's chamber, panting, sweating, feathers, leaving a trail behind himself. He's in a tizzy. "Solomon, where were you, bro? Where were you at roll call, man?" The tui-tui gives a profound confession. He says, I've been consumed and overwhelmed with internal strife, because in my scouting out the territory, I discovered an amazing queen, and I am distraught, my king, because I don't know if I should tell you about her. I am so impressed by her that I had moments of infidelity. I had thoughts that maybe I should join her side. Maybe I should go to this queen because she's so profound. But then I said, no, I have to come back to my king and tell him. But then I thought, if I go tell my king, he's not going to be able to resist. If he knows that there's a queen of such amazing magnitude out there, he's going to want to go and find and conquer her. And I'm going to be the reason that the king found out there was such an amazing queen. And now I have to go and beat the Tui bird is burdened with the fact that the Queen of Sheba spoke a profoundly accurate system of mathematics, language, harmony, mastery over science. And it was based on the exact same system that Solomon had mastery over. And that system is based on the 2-2. The Tui is the missing link between Hiram Abiff, King Solomon's kingdom, and the Queen of Sheba. And where they came between, where their eyes meet, is at the 22. The systematic link is the fact that they were speaking two different cultures based on the same mathematical truth. And the Tui bird is the key to that marriage, that wedding. And that is Thoth, alphabet. The public side is Thoth, and Ma'at is the private side. She's the math, the gematria hiding behind the words. So I just thought I would share that the Tui has, you can either blame him or you can give him thanks.
So I love Thoth, and I believe his other, Kilelle, you got it. But I believe Thoth is Hermes, and okay, cool. So I like referencing Thoth. I see him again as these are Phoenicians who sailed across from the old world. We're here in the Canaanites here in the Americans, and they sailed across and they gave all these symbols and spellings and writings to the Egyptians, Greeks, Latins, Etruscans, etc., and also probably already had a network and with those people, because when you talk about Queen Sheba and you talk about some of these other queens, they were already intermarrying across the Atlantic, across the world, prior to any of that whole goofy Europeans are the only ones that can sail across an ocean nonsense. You know what I mean? When you have a black swan event, that's because they report of, could be a Phoenician ship looked like a swan, and these people were of melanated, dark melanated skin tones, and when they roll up, if you're not on the good side, and you might have a problem. So, or your whole world's going to change. So this is where we get. It's funny. I was thinking of Tyre. I was thinking of Carthage. I mentioned Tibet. We have Carthage, the Carians, Carolinas. The Carians came from, again, what we call the Americas. They brought words like that over to the other side. There was a large network. And then you get into all these. I'm going to ruffle some feathers. I'm going to do some feather ruffling. Some people, when you picture certain peoples in your minds, we all put images. Let's just say I would recommend lean towards a little more melanation happening. Okay, more melanated people, the ruddy people, the red, the copper colored people, and even the Greeks, when they described the Phoenicians, they were known as the purple people, literally. And now the deception is because they wore purple robes and they had access to purple dyes, which is only available in certain areas, but maybe not. Go ahead, Kilelle. But I just want to bring that up again. More context. You have these words. Most of the time, I've mentioned this before, but mountains and rivers and other natural places usually don't change names even after being conquered. They can keep the name. So that's another looking at the words is another history lesson of the past on what was really going on. Yeah.
One thing I wanted to add to what you said, Gabriel, a little bit ago, you brought up Mahat, and that's an interesting word because it corresponds to Vedic astrology in what we would call a Buddhi, and Buddhi is intellect. So that ties into Logos in very powerful ways.
I wanted to add to what Gabe said because you asked for confirmation, so I'll give it to you from the point of view of a numerologist, right? As someone who studied language, because I studied to be a pastor for a long time, and I got in trouble because I studied language. And people with my complexion aren't supposed to do that because we're supposed to give that religious aspect out from a very specific standpoint, a very literal standpoint. So when you read these texts, especially the world's oldest language, which is Sumerian, which is my personal favorite cipher, whose word, the oldest sound in the world is Om, right? When you understand that what you were talking about with the meeting of, I can never say the name right, to it, with the king, what you're talking about is a marriage. You're talking about the left and the right coming together again. And if you take the alphabet, the word in simple cipher, and if you take numbers, they both equal 11, together equaling 22. That's what you get when you read the Coptic text. That's also what you get when you read the Sumerian, and I'm missing one. Sanskrit.
Yeah, man. You know, Kalel, you just, I'm so glad you said that. I had the weirdest thought yesterday about like an 11-based systems based on other numbers than 10, you know, an 11 base or a 12 base counting. And it was 12 actually was on my mind. I was thinking, because I'm so fixated on the anatomical math, you know what I mean? And that we have the 10-based math that we generally use, but I have a sense that Mother Nature likes 12-based. You know what I mean? There's a lot to glean from that idea. And I kept thinking about the Hamsa is the hand with an eyeball inside of it, the Hamsa. And that to me is very, it's also integrates into the Wheel of Fortune card, because the eyeball is the one and all of the perimeter is the many. You know, the Hamsa is a monad in and of itself, but it's like an anatomical monad, you know what I mean? But the Hamsa has an eyeball in the middle, which would be like, you know, a sixth digit or another sense, an additional sense to what the hand already provides. I was just thinking about that, is like, you know, we have the 10 base, but does the Hamsa bridge into the 12-based math? Is just a thought.
I would love to pick up the ball on that. On just, firstly, I have to preface this with something before I forget. Hamsa. Okay. So from a Vedic perspective, Ham, Sa are two very important syllables, and it has to do with breathing, right? So there's Ham, Sa. It's the sound of breathing. So from a perspective of Hamsa, often written up as Hansa, but Hamsa is a traditional Bij seed mantra for this mantra. This is related to the in-breath and the out-breath. So much of the Buddhist systems of meditation they call bhavana, which is related to anappasana. Anappasana, in-breath, out-breath, is related to developing the awareness and consciousness of how in-breath becomes out-breath. So in-breath, out-breath is the way to understand the structure of the entirety of the universe. Now, I've been teaching this now. It's coming out of my nose. It's coming out of my ears. I haven't released all of these videos because I'm about 90 videos ahead of where I am, maybe more. And I've just started series 3. The first series is 108. The second series is 108. I must be on like 23 or something for second series. Then I'll have uploaded that, and I must be on about 15, 16, 17 of my next series, which is going to be taking these ideas more. And I've been coming back to the dynamic polarity of 4. We touched on this with the numbers. So polarity is 2, right? But when we consider what polarity represents, there's a dynamic polarity. There is the polarity of 2, and if you look at the yang yin, it's expressing dynamic polarity. It's expressing the number 4, because within each one there's 2, right? And when you're looking at the dynamic number of 4, now this gets really interesting. You're looking at the yang yin. So the white thing has got a black dot inside it. It's got a polarity. And then the whole structure is a polarity. So we can consider that. And then there's the third aspect being hinted at as the polarity between the 2 polarities, which isn't said but hinted. So you've got the first polarity, the yang yin. Then you've got the second polarity of yang, the next polarity of yin. Then you've got the hint of the polarity between the yang yin and the yang and the yin. So you can see how the numbers breaking us out into a dynamic polarity of 4, but there's a third element that's being represented, which needs to be multiplied back by the 4, brings us to 12, which is really quite interesting if you look at that yang yin and consider it in this fashion. Now, bringing to the number 12 and the number 10, I have got something which might be able to stimulate the thought process. You've got the 5 fingers, right? So you've got your Venus, you've got your Jupiter, you've got your Saturn, you've got your solar sun, you've got your Mercury, you've got your 5 elements of the hand, right? But what's missing? What's fundamentally missing here? And sorry, when we're looking at the sun, there's an interesting representation because the sun hides away behind Mercury. So Mars comes to dominate our physical body. So when we speak of our ring finger, there's a subtle connection to Mars. So when you look at the zodiac, you see that every sign of the 10 signs has got 2 aspects. The only one that doesn't, the only 2 that don't have 2 aspects is the moon, which is Leo. The sun's house, which is Leo, and the moon's house, which is Cancer. And these 2 create a dynamic polarity. So these 2 are like the mouth and tail of the serpent, of the Ouroboros. So you've got the 10 spheres fitting together. So each planet has got 2 aspects. Saturn comes in Aquarius, and Saturn comes in what's going on with my brain? Capricorn. I can't forget. And Venus comes in Libra, and Venus comes in Taurus. Mars comes in Scorpio, and Mars comes in Aries. Mercury comes in Virgo, and Mercury comes in Gemini. And one of them is a masculine impulse, and one of them is a feminine impulse. The only 2 that are a piggy left out is the sun and the moon. But the sun is only truly expressed in Leo, and the moon is only truly expressed in Cancer. So Cancer and Leo create their own dynamic polarity, which brings the 5 aspects to 6, the hexagram, which is the mystic number of 7, representing the 7 planets, becoming 12. But when we're looking at it, there are fundamentally dynamic 10 principles into play, and 2 principles are static. So it becomes the pole around which everything's rotating, the sun and the moon. So we speak of the right eye of Re and the left eye of Isis, right? Once again, we're going back into the body. And so it's interesting when we consider the way the 5 fingers relate to these 5 principles of the hexagram. And the hexagon, obviously the number 108, which is why my first 2 series are 108. The next series, because they're longer, I'm breaking them into 72. So the first 2 series are about the astral. The second series is about the etheric. And so we can see how the number 5 breaking into the pentagram has got the most perfect structure, because it's got the 108, it's got the 72. And the 72 is really interesting when you look at it, right? Because you've got the 9 spheres of 6, right? And the 108, you've got the 9 spheres of 12. So you see how the numbers are bringing us back into a total agreement. But the number 10, I believe, is an aspect of the horoscope of the 12 zones when you consider it from the perspective of polarity. Because when you're stepping and considering it from polarity, then you need to take 2 poles in order to examine everything else. And what's left is the 5 fingers, the 5 planets, but there's 2, there's poles. And then there's the 10 elements. So this is why Leo and Cancer are so, as I'm sure your astrotheology has brought out, they're like really fundamental to this turning of the wheel. And once again, okay, now we're going to get interesting. When you look at that woman that is related to the Nuit, and you mentioned Maat. So Maat is a name of the firmament, right? And it's where the word math comes from, which is really, really interesting if we consider what math is. And Maat, this is a feminine principle, mathematics, understanding the firmament, how the firmament brings the cube and the Merkaba in and out of each other in order to create this polarity with water on either side. Water being the key. Water is diamagnetic. So there's something to throw into the mix. And so the water element is represented by Main, which is one of the 3 fundamental letters. So when you look at the Sefer Yetzirah, and we don't want to get too deep into this because we'll get lost. But the Sefer Yetzirah states that there were first fundamentally 3 principles. And the fundamental 3 principles, I can attest to this from when I drowned in a swimming pool as a little boy. The universe got dissolved around me, and I didn't know anything about metaphysics. I didn't know anything about the occult, but I saw 3 things coming apart. And with them, my memories were going, and I was like forgetting my father. I was forgetting, and I was scared that I would forget my father. And your memories get yanked apart by these. It's like these 3 strands that come out of a ball of wool, and it's like it's pulling out. And as it's pulling out, it's going faster and faster, and the vibrations are increasing to the point where you get kicked out of the system. But there's 3 things, and so these 3 things put together, and from these 3 things, if you take the number 3 and you put it into a code, as we discovered last week, or as we discussed, it will produce 7. And when you take the 7 and put it into a code, it will produce 12. But there's actually 10 things at work. For the sun and the moon are just giving the structure and form. So the sun gives the energy, the life force, the prana, and the moon gives the form. So the sun represents the astral, and the moon represents the etheric. And how the astral is embedded into the etheric to create the resonance for the 5, which then is the 10. So hence there are 10 sephirot and not 12, if that makes sense. So I hope I'm being succinct, but I'll leave it at that. Other than to say that when we look at the structure of this language, we've got the 3 mother letters, which are the red, the yellow, and the blue, the 3 primary colors. And this breaks down into the 7 colors as we know it. And when we break down the 7 colors, you've got the wheel of the zodiac as we know it. Red being Aries, magenta being Pisces, right? And all the other colors. Yellow representing prana, representing energy as the most vibrant color that there is, representing the sun in its potentiality into Leo. And we've got all the other colors in their necessary places. We've got the sphere of blue in its sphere of Jupiter, Deus Peter being the father of the gods, relating, that's a Vedic name, by the way, that comes from India. So we see where Jupiter comes from, and as relating to the first of the what the Gnostics would call the first of the eons. So the first of the eons is relevant, and you can consider it as Deus Peter, as the oldest of the creation stories from the Vedas, which goes back to Jupiter, which is relating to the sphere of mind, which is relating to what Jupiter represents, philosophy. So
I want to. You mentioned that
languages come out of astrology. Language is just basically astrotheology. There's nothing more to it.
Absolutely.
And so, even our modern English alphabet has been pulled out of this. I think they've tried to make us forget stuff. They've messed with our language.
Yeah, man.
I'll leave it at that.
So you mentioned Aeon, and the Aeon is a crucial character, and it's been living in our language all along. You know, every time you have a revolution, well, there's a new Aeon. There's a new mentality on the rise. In the Aeon, now there's different Aeons, different ways to spell it, different ways to come at it. But if you look up AION, you'll know that this is the child god of the zodiac. And if you look it up on Wikipedia, its birthday is January 6th, where we had a revolution. and there was an Aeon born. Now look at the likeness of the Aeon child, god of the zodiac. Look what he looks like. It's Q Bacchus. This is the Q shaman. The Aeon is the Q shaman. It's undeniable. And its birthday is January 6th, where we had the birth of a revolution Aeon. And I want to do a deconstructive share here. Like, a lot of what we want to do is build each other up. You know, we want to like tell each other the magical recipe to move forward, keep positive. But I want to give everybody a little bit of a warning. There's a hazard here. There's a deconstructive side. I've recently deciphered a bit of a dangerous program in the words we use for our numbers. It came to me last night. And it's hiding in the sequence that we use every time we launch some random projectile off of Escape Canaveral into escape space. Every time we do that ritual, there's a countdown. And the countdown ends with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, right? We all know these numbers. When we were kids, we used to get lined up on the racetrack, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, right? There's Twilight language in that countdown. There's a very dangerous, deconstructive mind program hiding in that sequence of numbers. And I don't think I'm reaching. I don't think I'm grasping at straws at all. Philologically, the V of the word 5, V is 22nd letter of the alphabet. In Hebrew, it becomes a T. Tav is the 22nd letter. So V's and T's are interchangeable. 22nd letter, and that's 22. We're on the tui here, right? So if you grant the V to T shift in the word 5, and you read the countdown in Twilight language, it speaks the phrase, fight for threat to one's hero. Fight for a threat to one's hero. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0 is Twilight speak. It's a self-destruct revelation code that is programming people to fight for a threat to one's hero. It's been there for our ancestors, this program. They didn't see it. Last night, it dawns on me that all of the countdowns of all of the ceremonial rituals, shooting whatever to the firmament, feminine, Nuit altar in the sky, all of those rituals are reinforcing fight for a threat to one's hero. And that is how they keep the wars going.
Slick, let me chime in on something, a piece of that. For those that don't know, Slick was on our Friday night experience a while ago, and I was going through my in real time mapping out some letters at the time. I was going on about V and W and U, the letters. I find V to be one of those added letters. Like the Phoenicians had 22. I find the letter C, we were talking the letter C earlier. I find that's one of those kind of hijacked deception things where they stick a C in there, because we don't need the letter C. We already have K, we have S, and when you put K and S together, you get an X. So we don't really need the C. I think that's a bit of a hijack. I think the letter V is a bit of a hijack because we already have U and we already have double U. Mm-hmm. And you have the Y, so they just basically they cut off the half of the Y and brought that V over. So that's part, in my opinion, part of the taking some of the power away by adding their little cult, you know, whatever. Go ahead, brother.
I think the V to the T switch, that is a linchpin maneuver. There are a few kind of advanced philological kung fu moves. Like you can take the P, anytime you hear rho, R-O in a word, you can just turn it into a P, a flag, like a golf flag is the rho in Greek, in the Greek alphabet. There's a few of those, but this V to T switch, it becomes a nail. I can't, if I have I don't know, anatomically, you know, you got the V, and now you put a T into it, right? And it's like a T shape, and it becomes a nail that you would hammer into something. So the V to T switch is a linchpin. It literally makes a linchpin. And when I do that cipher with the 543210, fight for a threat, 2-1's hero, I pulled the linchpin and I put the code together, and it all comes together, guys. It's fascinating. And this is why freedom of association is your most powerful freedom you have. And
F
because
to P is important too.
What's that?
F to P is important, and Y to Y and Y to F is also a connection there. And the T, I look at it more. You look at it like that. I look at it more like I look at the lowercase T. So I look at it like an X.
Yeah.
And that also mentions that that brings those 4 quadrants when you have that X. And then you put a circle on it. You got the X-Men. I mean, that's all related to T.
Big time.
And this is all important, in my opinion. This is not just us talking about, who cares? Like, who cares? I find that these are spells, bros and sisters.
Right. Guys, this is why it's considered childlike to have books that have pictures in it. They literally make you feel like an idiot if there's pictures in your books. You're not refined enough. You're not sophisticated enough because you have pictures. Well, guess what, dummies? You stopped looking at pictures. You stopped thinking pictographically, and now you're the retard. sorry. I'm being hyperbolic. But
no. I mean, the visuals and the sounds go hand in hand. If you want to be that kind of, I'm academia. Well, where do you think these Z's and A's, like they're not just somebody just sat around and just arbitrarily just started doing squiggles for no reason. I know we're circling back to where we started. This is built on nature, these squiggles. So yes, the pictures of the imagery, visuals, even when you look at, you guys were touching on like the tetrahedron. I can never say that word. The tetrahedrogram and the
tetragrammaton.
Yeah, that and the heterodramaton. We're talking about visuals. These are 3D things that relate to everything that we're saying. It's like conical math, conical equations.
Right. So
for those dorks that are, they have that kind of like snarkiness, like, well, those are unfortunately they are weaker. They've plateaued, and that's unfortunate for them because they have blockages. They can't go anymore. Speaking of that T, they're like getting blocked from ascending even more.
Bro, you just said they plateaued. Man, you're in my heavens. You're like speaking the vision in my mind, bro. Okay, so the Platonic realm of forms, in order to get into heaven, you must be childlike. And to get into the Platonic realm of forms, you must be like the Aeon child, playing with dross, playing with marbles. And so all of these intellects with their non-pictographic thinking, they just can't get past that plateau. That is such a perfect word for it because Plato, he was a child when Socrates, when the stories he told were happening. So he becomes the childlike persona, and as the writer. And so when I read him, I have to put myself into a childlike position, an innocence, a naivete. And as long as you can presume that stance, then you have access to the Platonic realm of forms that we're dancing in here, man. And we're way above that level where all those academia, where they just can't even reach up here. They can't even come close, and it's frustrating. It's very frustrating.
They would almost need a history, kind of like a direct lineage, a line to follow just to get to that point, because it really does. I think it comes down to those pictures. It's like, if you don't understand how language is an invention, not just some, I guess, suspended animation, then you're just working with, words as words, not words as what they are.
I was going down a merman thing the other day, and when I like the imagery of like a mountain, and I'm also thinking the tree of life kind of has these, you go up it, as also the like Yggdrasil, like all this tree of life going up in that plateau, which is interesting, in Plato, obviously. I am surprised I never even made that connection. But the when I see this imagery of a mountain, water above, it's like imagine a mountain with a sea level around it, and then another level, and a sea level around that, and another level. And when you think of mermaids and mermen, like dolphin people, the Dogon could go and swim in those levels. I wish I had imagery right now. You just imagine a mountain with layers of water, one layer and the next layer of water and next layer of water. But the Dogon and the merman and the dolphin people they're not plateauing. They're not saying, no, excuse me, Gabe, I don't think so. That's not what the Rockefellers taught me in my degrees. It wasn't a part of the degree that I was associated with. But yeah, they hit those mental barriers. And they're like, I will go no farther. And also, Kilelle mentioned to me a while ago, personally, in one of our chats, if he's got nothing, if the person he's talking to, like if we were here and he's got nothing he can teach you or show you, like, you know, some like these kind of snarky people we're talking about, then he doesn't need to be there. It's a waste of time. So if you're talking to someone like that, who thinks you're childish because you're looking at images and gaining from that, and you try and talk to one of those people, Gabe, you've got nothing to teach them. Like they're like, excuse, I know everything. So Kilelle told me this a while ago, bro. If you're in that setting, and you're like, here, we're teaching each other. We're all students and teachers right here, right now. You know, but if you guys knew everything that I had to say or didn't want to hear what I had to say because you already had it all figured out, then what am I doing? Like, I don't want to even.
Yeah, man. You know,
sorry, I might have digressed from some of.
No, I want to reinforce.
Publishing houses as well. Just
I want to just add.
I don't think
Somebody
publishing houses have forgotten about pictures. I think they know they're creating pictures within our minds, and silent pictures. Maybe it's not straight away obvious. I'm sorry, excuse my croaky voice, by the way. It's not maybe obvious straight away to the consciousness, but it's that thin veil that's there the whole time, and they know that archaic language is pictures, is symbols, and that's how they can program us. And with the 2-2 story, I felt that in my body straight away, and I can only describe it as a dissolving feeling. And I saw, because for some reason it keeps coming up, perhaps because the pomegranate is there and the black and the white of the pillars, but the dissolving in and out of consciousness or different states of being. So I felt like that's really important for the first emanations of language, but also for, I was saying in the chat earlier, like publishing house. I was thinking like pub-lushing instead, because they are lushing as we read. And actually, I'm reading a Dion Fortune novel at the moment, and I'm definitely feeling that in my body. But then, excuse me, although I'm not like really on it right now, but I'm quite unwell. But I couldn't help myself. I wasn't even speaking. Now I can't. Yeah. But also the number 9, because we're talking about numbers a lot when it comes to language. Like, I just was like, the whole time I was like, someone just say the number 9, for God's sake. So I'm just going to say it. Because what I was, excuse my croaky voice again, try not to cough. But what I was feeling was, and what I felt like last week, I was just typing in the chat as well, when we were talking about the number 9 as the last number I think was discussed, was of course the 9 is the spine, and it's you know, the one part of it, and the ladder, and then around the head, the zero, encompassing everything, where everything came from, and the halo, but also the antenna that calls in knowing and words and language and song. So I felt that was really important. But yeah, and oh my gosh, I feel like the High Priestess keeps coming up. Those two pillars that are the black and the white that are emanating in and out of existence, the light and dark, has a lot to do with language. I was thinking, you know, that you can't think about language without thinking about the hymn, or if you prefer Cat Stevens' version, Morning Has Broken, right? Like Blackbird has spoken for the first time. That darkness, that abyss, that primordial energy where, you know, language and voice first comes from, and how we can, you know, it's like you were talking about how you can like sort of feel these things in the body, and I think Ronan, you were saying that too. And I think number 9 is one of the strongest numbers for that for me. And also when we were talking about trees, like words emanating from other places, I think of the number 6. So like a 9, if you think of the 9 upside down, and that sphere of the circle beneath oneself, and all that is being picked up from the earth and from nature, how language can come from that. And I feel like with those 2 pillars and all those seeds of knowledge, the pomegranate, the I'm sorry if I'm not making sense, I'm doing my best. There are just so many thoughts coming in at once. But that High Priestess card is very much used and inverted by the publishing companies. I do think that they have a lot to answer for, and what they choose to publish and not publish. And we are lucky to get the gems that we do get in the written word, because I think that's true, that they're misusing those pillars, deciding what stays in language and what gets removed, or what is inverted, or what is changed. And I've actually watched like TED Talks before, where I know they have like these meetings with like a certain number of people, and they decide what's going to be kept in the dictionary each year and what's going to be taken out. And they are actively dumbing down language, not to mention getting rid of like ancient origins, word searches online. Like I actually have a Sanskrit first name, which is Ramar, in case anyone didn't know how to say it, because it confuses everyone. They just think it's initials, but it's my actual name. But you know, like even that, for example, years ago I could find Greek, ancient Greek, Sanskrit, Hebrew, etc. meanings of that online. And now you cannot. And when I remember watching this talk, and they were saying, you know, we decide to put words that are sort of like shortened things that people use in text messages or whatever, and take out nature words. In other words, words that are the roots of language, so, and the roots of our being. So I find that very interesting. I had so much more to say, but I forgot it also. Sorry.
I would love to tie this together, and I want to tie together what Ramar just said about the 9, about the High Priestess, about Plateau, and what Ronan was saying earlier about the P and the F as being relevant. So the P and the F are the same letter. It's masculine and feminine form. So in the archaic forms, there is only a letter P that is pronounced as a F when it's feminine. And this has got to do with this polarity being expressed. All of the 7 double letters have a double pronunciation. And I want to bring this back to the word plateau and back to the letter 9, the number 9. 9, as Ramar so well, beautifully said, is a sphere or a circle
and a 1, which is representing masculine force coming out of feminine force. Hence, it's the number of completion. So it's the manifestation as it is, with masculine and feminine both represented in its totality. Yes, it's masculine in its action. But when we consider the 9th sphere of Yesod, the 9th sphere of Yesod is in the Kabbalah related to the sphere of the moon, which is relating to the high priestess and relating to the scroll that she's got, which is the containers, the sephirot, which are the etheric components through which the astral energy light must flow and move like an electrical force in order to give dynamism. And this brings us back to the word plateau, because the word plateau is a dynamic polarity. Okay, so the word plat can be said as flat, because P and F are the same letter. In Afrikaans or in Germanic languages, you say if something is plat, it's flat. So when you think of a flat O, what are you considering? A 0 is a sphere, but what happens when a 0 becomes flat? I'm going to throw this out there that we're considering a vortex, which is expanding and contracting at the same time, and we're talking about a toric field. And a toric field is like a 0, an O that is compressed to become flat. But because it's flat O, everything emerges from it. And this is sort of what is represented in my mind by the High Priestess card as language springing from her, springing from the potential of 2 to become 9. And so 2 and 9 are both numbers represented in different forms in that High Priestess card. 2 is the obvious one, 9 is the not so obvious one. But when we consider that she has the water literally running off of her, carrying the moon as the 9th sphere of Yesod, it starts to make more sense. And when we consider the way Ramar said that the masculine and the feminine force represents this, it means that the plateau could be seen as a flat O, which is the O that's being compressed into itself. Now, what is a toric field other than a 4? Because you've got a polarity of expansion and you've got a polarity of contraction. But when you follow the expansion to its depths, it becomes expansion. So within the expansion, there's a polarity, and within the contraction, there's a polarity, bringing us back to the divine number 22, the 22 archetypes of the Hebrewic language, the 22 notes of the sound spectrum, as all ancient music has taught us, is the fundamentals of all the tonality of sound, of vibration, the word becoming being. So I see the toric field as an expression of dynamic polarity, which is 4, which is 22. I see the plateau as being a flat O, as in a representation of the toric field, and I see the toric field as being represented by the High Priestess in its form as unmanifest. In other words, there's information of creation coming out of a toric field, and the essence of this is 2 and 9. And I just thought I had to tie those 3 things together. Please continue, Ronan.
I just have a quick thing, and I'll pass it. I know other people want to speak. It's such a fascinating topic, and you guys are amazing. A quick thing to connect some of this weave literally is looking, and by the way, shout out to the homie in the chat. He mentioned our homie Vega Omega, Moses and childlike. Look into Moses's weave, like his basket is literally a representation of the pattern of all this cosmos. And Slick reminded me of it when you mentioned Yggdrasil. I mean, we're just going like sync after sync and connecting. I feel like we're in the middle of Moses's weave pattern right now in this cosmos, and everyone is crushing it. Also, a while ago we were talking the pictures and stuff. I mean, words, images, and I put mages, magi. So these is powerful things. And guys, I know Lily's, man, guys, I want to hear Lily talk. She is, if she wants to, Slick, you're going to like Lily, man. She knows stuff. And yeah.
I got one little donation on the Imagine. Going back to the Deus Ex Machina, this strange god machine descending from a crane in the theater to make everything okay. Even our words are still now I'm not trying to disempower. I want to empower with this. But even the word I imagine is giving honorific to this savior at the end of the plot. It's the I machine. It's the high machine. There's some gimmick is going to come and solve everything. I just want to say that, a lot of our sacred language also has been propagandized a long time ago. So I'm not trying to blackpill. I'm just saying that they parallel the truth so strongly that it's important that we hear when they're, stringing that chord off tune just a little.
I imagine I'm a machine. Imagine machine. To me, that's perfect. Especially,
right? Yeah. It's like it sets you up to expect something to descend from a mechanistic resolution.
And another part of just overall is how they added a J when we already have the I. So if anyone out there like looks into anything,
right? And that's a number 10. That's a number 10. So like the number J has a suspended eyeball above the letter, has a suspended eye above the letter J. Wow, buddy, good call.
Which is Polaris. You mentioned Polaris in the chat.
Yes.
You can consider that I as as magnetic north and Polaris above it. I didn't even think of the 10, but they injected that J to part of we already have the I. So anyone looking at ancient script, that I is we don't need
I'm gonna say something that I'm gonna talk around what I really want to say here. But if I wanted everybody to think that I was a very helpful community or a resource to cities, I would name my people a name that means helpful. I would call my people helpful. And there is a group of people out there who in Spanish, their name is helpful. And their name starts with a J. So there is something about this uplifting, this helpful, this mechanistic good that's going to bring you upward. In ayúdame, help me. This is the tribe of help, the tribe of ayuda. I'm just saying, these are all linguistically thousands of years old, and we're still using it.
I want to take a moment to pivot just for a second. You guys have been a powerhouse, Gabriel and Ronin. Oh my God. But Moonfeather and Lily have just joined, so let's welcome them into this conversation as well.
Thank you so much. You guys have been on fire. Honestly, have been on fire. I love it. I love seeing everyone geeking out. I knew it was going to happen. I was like, this is going to be just one where I'm going to be a little bit on the sidelines, but I've been coming into a lot of the energy that you guys are talking about today earlier in the week. So when Ronin talks about synchronicities, like we are always on these synchronicities, it's just so wild. It really, really is. I'm just going to give my final thoughts, and I'm just going to be in the backstage or quiet for a while because I'm going to do a couple of things. But just to, go back and just to mention, you guys were on fire from the very beginning, and I just want to comment on a couple of things very, very quickly. You guys were talking about the pomegranate. Spirit brought that into my energy, like last week, and you guys are talking about, splitting it in half. And then it was brought into my energy because it says, my spirit has said, start eating pomegranates because it helps your heart. So pomegranate is like the fruit of the heart. And if you split it in half, it is the chambers. It looks like the chambers of the heart. right? And then, and then it reminded me, of Solomon and talking about the bride, her face behind the veil. You guys also mentioned veil in this conversation. I think it was Rama as well mentioned veil. The bride behind the veil, her cheeks resemble the two halves of the pomegranate, and that's sanctity, that's fertility, that's abundance. So you guys are, it's just crazy, all of those synchronicities. And then and you guys are talking about bird language, and of course that's when I just happened to pop in when you talk about feathers. Slick, it's always so good to see you. And in my culture we have a saying that says un pajarito me dijo. It is a little bird told me, right? So we say, oh, a little bird told me this about you. Oh, a little bird told me that about you, or whatever, right? So it's crazy because,
Can you say that again, Moonfeather? Can you say that again in Spanish real quick?
Un pajarito me dijo. Un pajarito me dijo. A little bird told me, right? So pajarito, well, obviously is bird, right? A little bird. So birds, for as long as I can remember, always translate into angels or spirit, which is air. You know what I'm saying? Air is what we were talking about, the subconscious, which is what Kyle brought in to when he first started off this conversation, is words first come into mind, into our subconscious, and then we manifest it as speech, as language, right? So that's beautiful. And it just all comes out. It just comes back again. It all comes back to air and energy and subconscious and speech. It's like this wonderful wheel. And then then Slick comes in with the Wheel of Fortune card. And it's crazy, which is 10. Guys, and you remember whoever attended, right, the Mooniverse this past Wednesday, what are the two first cards that I threw on the table were 10s, were 10, 10. So as I said, that energy has been all week with me, and with everyone. And then I forgot who was it that mentioned, anybody talks about 111 goes insane and we all connect. And that's so very true, whether it's 111 or 1111, it shows, right? So then they say that when you see these little synchronicities, always stop to think in the moment, what are you thinking of at that moment that you see that synchronicity? Where's your heart at? Where's your mind? What is spirit trying to tell you for that moment? So these are all of the synchronicities that we take, and that's language. Right? We see numbers, which is what Slick had said. I'm sorry, I think it was Franklin where he said it's, or could be Slick, I don't know, but somebody said that it's the gematria that is behind, right, the language, right? So numbers, as Kal-El always says, and he's emphatic about it. That's why he's this numbers master, this gematria master, that numbers is the first language of everything. That's the prime language. So and I just picked up that synchronicity as well. And I just want to close out with something that Rama said, which is very important. We spoke about it in the chat, which Rama is on fire as well. I hope you're feeling much better, Rama. That she said that that they're always changing the language, right? And then BushWhisperer said that they are always trying to make us forget, which is so very true. They're trying to make us forget who we are, where we came from, trying to bog us down with this 3D life, with this human experience, which is lovely, but if you get too tied up in it, right, we forget our path. We forget the journey that we're actually on, right? And then Slick comes in with the Aeon, right? And then which makes me think of AI, which is, kind of helpful, but at the same time dangerous as well. And this is what has been in the energy of the world lately, right? And then if you want to throw in trying to make us forget, let's talk about the butterfly effect, the Mandela effect, right? They're changing so much. And the thing is that thank goodness that we're able to come together like this with such beautiful souls that know so much history and study so much, that we're able to come together and say, hey, this is what they're doing, because look at what happened. Look what's going on in history, what history shows, and what's going on now. This is the reason why they're trying to make us forget, So it's very important that we do continue to speak and to write, because we're talking about language, right? So then we could remember who we are and never forget, listen, there is an ultimate reason why we need to take all of this extremely, extremely serious, because we have a destination after this, So it's very important, and it's profound, that we continue to talk and have these conversations, and that I love to see everyone that's on fire, because, we can't forget. We can't afford to forget, right? And these are all things that we come together. And as I see Slick and Ronin and everyone else interacting, and then all these synchronicities, and you guys are like, wow, poof, that's great, because that helps to wake us up. Anything that might be dormant, we still have a lot of dormant parts of us in our mind that are still asleep, and this is what we're trying to do. We're trying to wake up, which is the reason why they're trying to make us forget and put us back to sleep, right? So this is wonderful. I love this show, and it's been great, guys. I want to wish everyone a wonderful rest of your Saturn day. And please continue the conversation. Lily, it's so good to see you as well. Thank you for joining. And I'm going to pass the mic to Lily for sure. And thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Bless you all.
Thank you.
Oh, Moonfeather, you are just the most gorgeous soul. You really are. Just I adore you. I adore listening to you, and all of you. Thank you for passing the mic to me, Moonfeather. You guys are just insane. You've been on fire. I had nothing to add, so it's lucky I didn't join earlier when I was just watching you and was driving in the car, because there's no way you should have been interrupted. It was just fascinating listening to all of you, and every day is a school day. So I've learned so much in the last couple of hours just listening to you guys. I think picking up on something Moonfeather just said about synchronicity, and we know the more we connect, the more we vibrate on our higher levels, the more synchronicity there is. And there's just been so much in the last couple of hours for me in particular. So the pomegranate, which clearly has resonated with every single one of us, because every one of us has now mentioned the pomegranate. So there's something in that, just in that alone, for sure. But I was laughing because I have, like we probably all do, I have candles all around my house, and my favorite scent is the pomegranate. So as you guys were talking, I was looking at these candles all around the house, and so there was a really nice synchronicity there. And then Slick, you were saying about imagine, and delving into that word and the meanings and double meanings. And another sync, we all know that movies and films are predictive programming, and I was really interested. I was talking to a friend literally yesterday, which is why it's a nice synchronicity. How I'd noticed, and obviously again we know everything is done on purpose, and the words that the darker forces use, everything intentional, as we know. And if you look at all the different names of the film studios or the producing companies, there's DreamWorks, Miramar, all kinds of things, Lionsgate. They make one of the the most prolific Hollywood films, Lionsgate, all of these things. And so thought that was really interesting because they're putting it all in plain sight for all of us, using these words and logos. It's no accident that the word for a company pictorial is a logo. So there's another nice play on where they've inverted the origin of that word and now what it means. But one of them that I noticed, and I can't remember what film it was, but it was a real heavy Hollywood typical predictive programming type film. But the producing house that had made the film was called Image Nation. And I thought, oh, how interesting. So imagination, take the word imagination, they've split it into two, Image Nation. And then when you think about the predictive programming and what they're doing and what they're publishing, I thought that's really interesting. They're basically boldly telling us through these two words, okay, we're going, as Rima was saying earlier about the pictography and how pictures infiltrate our consciousness and our subconsciousness. And so with this Image Nation, they are absolutely infiltrating our subconscious and programming us. But to the layman, that's just a nice name, Image Nation, and it just really got me thinking. So it was a really nice synchronicity when Slick mentioned that word earlier, because that was literally yesterday that happened. And then it got me thinking about the impact. And another weird sync, another friend that some of us on here know, used to go by the term Eminem. I think he's now Wizard. Really gorgeous soul. He messaged me 4 a.m. this morning, so clearly had things on his mind. But he messaged asking me a completely random question, and he just put, Lily, do you know anything about the child rituals that happened in London, and the rhymes and stuff? So I replied and just said what I knew. And as I was replying, the childhood rhyme that we all sang, and I'm in my early 40s now, so I'm talking when I was 4, 5, 6 years old, so that's a long time ago. As I was replying to him, the words from this rhyme just flowed straight out of me, like I'd said it half an hour ago. And that just absolutely shocked me. And I actually wrote to him and said, this is how ingrained this ritual, and it was a ritual, it was a ritual practice. This is how ingrained that, nearly 40 years later, I can recite that word for word. It's absolutely ingrained in my body. That for me is the essence of what we're all talking about here, because that is the power of the spoken word. And I think Mystic-Ronin said it a couple of hours ago, that if you're not aware of the power of the spells that you're casting and that are being cast on you, then as a humanity, we're in serious trouble. And that's really personally how I feel that we've led to where we are today, with utter just degradation, rife, completely out of balance. Everything's linked together, the issue with the feminine, masculine, everything. And it stems from how we communicate, what we say, and what's said to us. It's the essence of everything.
Can I pick up on something you just said there?
Sure, of course.
I would love to. I would love to maybe point out, this kind of talking on the rituals around the Rhine and the children, and kind of weaving back to that idea that all these academics are self-abusive, and they envy us for having such a beautiful, free imagination. Our machine is not plugged in. It's free roaming. I think that these academics are self-punishing, and they're sequestering their own inner child, and they are actually abusing themselves when they accuse us of being too childish or too imaginative. They're actually abusing their own inner child when they do that. And so that whole thing about the ritual around the Rhine River and the children, the fact that they've made it painful to learn for those people. Academia believes that it should hurt to learn a thing. And the entire world has taken on that attitude. And so when you want to tell them something new they've never heard or thought of before, a new construct, they see pain. They see this as painful.
Yeah, absolutely. It's another play on that, knowledge is power, therefore keep everyone dumb. Make them scared to pick up a book, make them scared to learn another language, make them scared to try and understand a different perspective, because of course they can't afford for all of us to be right. Look at all of us here. That for sure, someone's watching us right now on their side, because they have to keep tabs on what we're doing, because we're the the mavericks. We're the crazy dangerous ones that think for ourselves. So imagine if the whole planet was full of us. There would be no capitalism. There would be no tyranny. These other side, whatever you want to call it, dark forces, controllers, whatever. They just wouldn't exist. So they have to keep us stupid, and they have to use the ritualistic practices that have served them, to be fair, extremely well for
extremely
at least the
well.
last 3 or 4
I want to just associate the word pain and the word paying. A lot of people will say, I'm still paying for my education. I'm still in pain for my education. And they dwell on that. Dwellar is to think. It's also where you live. So you're in pain thinking about all the things you had to learn to get nowhere.
It's everything. I saw a video. I need to find it and share it here for everyone, because it really helped me on this subject. From my perspective as a witch, spells are super important. Words are super important. What you do with them, how you say them, how you're standing or sitting when you're saying them. Every aspect is really important and really sacred. So from that perspective, for me, I've always been careful, but I saw a different perspective. There's a video, you guys have probably all seen it. I can't remember the woman's name, but I'll have to find it. It's like from the 70s or 80s, and she's trying to teach us all to open our eyes and have this exact conversation. And she's explaining about how the words we use are being used against us, and how everyday words are keeping our vibration super, super low. So words like good morning, which, we all know here, like I never use that. I ever. I don't want it. That's not what I want to hear. The first thing that when I wake, which wake is another. So morning, as in mourning for someone that's passed away. Wake, as in that's what you have after the funeral. You go to work and you earn a living. Earn, as in what we keep the dead person's ashes in. It's really, for me, this stuff's so fascinating when we pay attention.
I would love to add to what you were talking about, and what you've just said now is very relevant, and it relates to the night and the day, which is really interesting. We could definitely branch out, but you said the image sun, and that's obviously image sun. And I want to add to that and connect the imagine with the image sun with one more layer. So obviously, as you're a witch, the 3 aspects of the divine feminine, you've got the crone, you've got the princess, and you've got the queen, right? Now, the queen, represented in Hebrewic and Paleo-Hebrewic script and speech, there's 2 forms. There's the Amma and there's the Aima. Now, we know the Amma as it comes from Vedic, right? The Aima is when you put the yod into the Amma. And the yod represents sperm. So it represents ripeness, and it represents being potent sexually. So the Aima is the goddess, but in the form of, she's got a womb that's ready to receive something and make something. Potentiality for pregnancy, Aima. And then Shin. Now, Shin represents the dynamic fire which is brought through the sun. Yeah. And the Shin also represents the 20th, the 20th, the 20th tarot card, or the 20th number of the tarot card is represented by the Shin, which once again is an expression of the tooth. And from the image from which that letter has come from is the tooth. So when we consider that this is representing Aima, the feminine presence, ripe, potentially able to get pregnant, with the Shin representing the powerful life force coming into extension, which is a really interesting idea, bringing us back to the powers of the sun, because it's the root powers of fire that's being considered when we contemplate the letter Shin. And the Shin has got three, if you look at the way the Shin is drawn, it's drawn like a tooth. It looks like a tooth. It's got the three little caps on top of the base, held up with the three stalks. And when you consider this, it's giving us a hidden message. So we've got the three aspects of the mother. We've got the central aspect of the mother. The central aspect of the mother represents, in a very abstract form, we're talking about the Merkaba, because we've got the 3, the 6, and the 9 as being represented as potentiality but without ripeness. 6 as can be made pregnant. 9 has been pregnant, come and been, the new cycle is beginning. So we've got all three represented. The crone is there, the queen is there, and the princess is there. These three aspects of the divine feminine. So when we're looking at the ripe Aima part of it, we could conceive of it as the Merkaba, as the number 6. And now the 6 is bringing us back to the sun once again, right? The hexagram of Teparet relates to the central pivoting structure around which the other 7 planets, or the other 6 planets, are dancing. And so the 6 is the mystic number of 7, and 7 is always represented as a hexagram in this subtle way. So there's this step up and step down of these energies represented in the word imagine. And so the word imagine, if you really take it down, it's the potential to create. It's the potential to destroy, the potential to create. And it's to be able to make pregnant. I'm just going to leave it at that, because everybody's got a lot to say. So much love.
Just really quickly, I was just thinking about the 0 again, if we're talking about numbers that is part of the 9 and the 6, and something that I had wanted to say earlier that I forgot. Someone mentioned the word vortex in connection with the language. I forget where it was, but just thinking of that shape as a vortex again. And of course, if we're thinking of the vortex as antenna, also can think of it as a magic circle that one would cast and spell in words. So to be very careful which vortices, however one wants to say it, that one enters. And I'm just throwing in some stuff I forgot to say earlier. And then I kept wanting to say the Ogam alphabet feels important to me, because that's the tree alphabet. That's very ancient, and obviously trees appear in all cultures, but that's, as a Westerner, the Ogam alphabet is important to me. Celtic or pre-Celtic, but also we mentioned red as roots in words and languages again, and the nightingale, I think, was mentioned. So, and I was talking about publishing earlier. And so, yeah, just this last thing, if anyone wants to connect these all together afterwards, you can. The Nightingale and the Rose, which is that very famous little book by Oscar Wilde, in which a man, basically, he likes a lady, he wants to ask her to a dance, etc., etc. He doesn't end up doing it, but the only way that it could happen, because this nightingale hears, and his heart is like so touched by the tale that the only way she'll go to this dance with him is if he has a red rose. And red always comes up with pomegranates and leaves as well. And obviously our blood, and we know that our blood is programmed with language and those too, so this is interesting. So there's no red rose in all his garden. Sorry, I'll try and hurry up the story. And the only way this can happen is if the nightingale pierces its own heart on a thorn of a rose, and imbues that rose then with the red color of its blood, which it does, and it pierces its heart all night. It makes me want to cry just thinking about it again. But all night until the rose becomes red and the life is gone out of the nightingale. And the nightingale was the only one who really understood the true value of, who really put the emotions into words, the spelling into words, because come morning, this lady is not interested despite the red rose, and the guy forgets about it and doesn't care, but this beautiful little soul, this poor nightingale, sacrifices its life for love, for these beings. So I think there's something in that, in the potency of words, of spelling, and in blood that is really important as well. I think that's a powerful story that shouldn't be forgotten. So that's all I have to say, because I have too much brain fog right now. I feel like I could pass out, but maybe someone else has some thoughts on those things.
Well, I'm thinking about this nightingale story. I'm loving this. I'm writing this down. I'm realizing that nightingale has the word tin, right nested in the center of the word, the nightingale. And again, all things kind of hitting hard on the wheel of fortune for me. And I will mention also, Dorothy Gale. She was a great example of this, of a mechanistic resolution to unresolvable situation. She's in a whole other world. It's Technicolor here, and she needs to be lifted up, hoisted up high. And so she gets in that balloon, and the balloon is supposed to do it. And the ex machina of the balloon lifts her up, but then that doesn't work out. She ends up not catching the balloon, so she has to click her heels 3 times. And it turns out it's not the machine, it's not mechanistic external. It was internal here under her nose all along. I just was thinking about that. And then also Lionsgate, you started saying Lionsgate. I want to say that that's doublespeak. Gato is a lion. So that's emanationism. When we have doublespeak, but it's not really recognized, it's like inside of the lion, there's another lion hiding within. And so that's kind of an emanationist technique. And so we should think, when we see these things, we should think of concentric rings or circles, like with a bullseye.
Nightingale. I would like to think, us being the round table, that everybody is somewhat familiar with the legend of King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table, right? My personal favorite knight was always Percival, because Percival taught you the virtue of perceiving, right? It's hidden right in the name. I want to speak back to what Slick said about words being curses or words being detrimental towards self in certain developments, because that is a very much fact. There are words you should never say, which is why the English language is called the bastardized language, right? It's so guttural, because the gut is one of your 3 minds, right? When you look at it numerically, it's very easy to see. A lot of people, when it comes to gematria, only practice the 4 base ciphers. This is why knowledge of all ciphers, i.e. all secret societies and mystery schools, is so important, because they each have their own cipher. So that was brilliant. Thank you.
I just wanted to jump in here real quick, guys. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much for mentioning the Knights of the Round Table, which it just reminded me of a knight that is completely unspoken of. I don't know if anybody knows, there was a knight who actually built the round table. His name was Circumference. That was just a joke. Sorry, I had to just jump in with that one. Sorry, guys, I'm a dork like that.
I love it. I love it. I'm keeping it. That's going in the pocket.
I love it too. And I'd like to add to that. When we see Nai, 10, Gale. So Nai obviously is null, right? To annul. So Nai 10 is not quite 10. Is it 10? Nai 10. Must be 9 if it's Nai 10. So it's a suggestion subtly at the number 9. And Gale, well, we know what Gale means. Gale is the wind, the element of air, which is the basis of the birds, which is the basis of the feathers, which is where we started from, full circle. And the spirit of the air can be thought of as moving as the gale force. We still today speak of winds. How powerful is the wind? It's gale force. So gale is very interesting. And one more thing is gay is happiness, and El is the power and the force that brings creation into being, which is the air, the Ha, the spirit of the air, and the Lul. And Lul is like love. It's the thing that you can move the spirit with. Just thought I'd add that.
You know, I'm thinking, I love that that's like right when you were saying it, it all dawned on me that it's not really 10, it's actually 9. It's like saying that this is not, or like tien is to have. Tienis is to have, literally. And when you have, well, that goes from the 10 to the 5. You know, but anyway, okay. Maybe what they're saying is actually that this is not the God machine, that this is not 10 goal. This is not the God machine goal. And that this Ukraine is like a big fat Dodge, a big fat duck. It's actually, I think it's what it's saying is, this is not the drones you are looking for. The Ukraine is not the machine savior that you were looking for. It's telling you that it's actually, it's within. These answers are within. It's in this coming together that we're having right here and now.
They are telling us exactly what's happening. We're being told exactly what's being done. And we are being told what is the truth. And there is this, I don't know what to call it. Is it a builder's joke? Let's keep the terminology nice and slick. It's a builder's joke.
Did we just decipher the national bird language of Ukraine to actually be the Obi-Wan Kenobi password? Does not 10 Gale actually translates to these are not the 10 cans that are your goal? Not 10 gold. These are not the droids you're looking for. What the fuck did that just reveal, guys? That's really fascinating, isn't it?
And it ties back into something you
Obi-Wan.
said earlier when you were the Tui bird, and Tehuti. Okay, so we know the pronunciation of the name Thoth is Tehuti, but why is it not Tehutu? Because words change over time. And so we can see the name of Thoth is bearing the 22. And so the 22 is really what we're looking for. But instead, we're being fed this 10.
Obviously, R2D2. I know this is simple to some. To me, this is like mind blowing. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know to others it's like a dub, but for me, I'm like, oh wow.
Right? Yeah, I got a huge decode on the Star Wars thing. What just happened? That was like completely on the fly. That these are not the droids you're looking for is not in Gale. That just happened on the fly, but it's fitting in a lot of ways. And I'll just share this. I've done a ton of work on Star Wars. R2 is Torah. R-to-to-ra. So R2, he is the moon card, specifically the Thoth moon card. Anatomically, you flip the card upside down, you're looking at frickin' R2D2. And he has the Torah instilled into him by the high priestess, Princess Leia. In the opening scene, in the initiating scene, she's bent over, she's putting in the information into R2. She's giving the Torah to R2, and above her head is a red orb. It's just like a pomegranate floating over her head as she puts the information into R2. There's 2 columns on the side. It's a perfect high priestess card. So she's giving R2 the Torah. And so I just wanted to say that we are so on point with that weave.
And obviously, Slick, Spellberg or Spielberg. Spielberg of a particular set of crypto tiny hat people. Sorry, it's all love. But
right?
no.
You know what else, man? I got something on that. I'm gonna go real deep on his name, just real quick.
Tatooine.
There is a psychedelic worm at the foot of glaciation melt-off. And there's a whole ecosystem at the foot of glaciation melt-off. And there's a specific type of worm that has a powerful psychedelic relationship. So Spielberg is, I think he's talking about that worm.
Slick, can you do me and everyone a favor? You just break down what you shared before about sign, Sigmund Freud, fraud, and signals. Can you just do a quick rundown for people who aren't aware of that?
Just before you do that, Spiel means mirror in Germanic, and Berg means mountain. The mountain of the mirror. The mirror mountain.
Wow.
And the mountain is relating to jumping through portals.
Right.
And I went down a rabbit hole. I encourage others to do this. Look up harmonic mountains. Just for fun. It's not like all these like mountains, these holy mountains across the realm. Speaking of like Mirror Mountain, look up harmonic mountains, and that's a fun rabbit hole to. And by the way, guys, when I do my research, I don't use the Googs. I use presearch.com. Look, and that gives you more unfiltered results. Just kind of an FYI. Presearch.com is a better search engine to get the. But anyway, I just wanted to.
Yeah. So that's that phrase harmonic mountain is a very it's supercharged. The muse of harmony and music is Euterpe. She is depicted with sometimes a double piccolo, like the nose flute. The double nose flute is Euterpe's symbol. But she's also indicated by ice. Her flute is the Isar rune. Her flute, the reversed one, is the Isar rune. So she's ice. So when you say harmony and mountains, I'm thinking of ice is on top of mountains. And so there's something very Greco-poetic about that association. But on Sigmund Freud, his name is the sign of the mind, or the sign of the world, the sine waves of the world. And it's very important that we learn that there's actually a difference between symbols and signs. And that in Freud and Jung, king of the Jungle, he and Freud, they made this distinction between signs and symbols. And in fact, I believe it is accurate to say, I think I'm going to get this right, that symbols are generally less ambiguous. And no, I'm getting that wrong. You guys are going to have to figure it out on your own. One of them is like pretty much generally is a consensus reality, means one thing, but the other one is open to interpretation. So that's an important thing to kind of wrap your head around. But Sigmund Freud and Carl Jung, their work has given me a lot of gifts. One is that Yahweh might have been a volcano god. That's worth a lot to think about. And then the other one I think this was Jung. He was realizing a pattern that a lot of his clientele were extremely high class, aristocratic, rich folks, and that there was an incredible pronounced pattern of sexual ritualistic abuse and physical abuse and psychological abuse in these higher circles. And he was sitting on like a whole bunch of proof that in the higher echelons, there's a disturbing amount of abuse, and that he was making a living off of it, and it was starting to wear on his conscience. And he's realizing that he's like getting rich off of the fallout from these aristocratic abuses to their children, and that it was enough for him to kind of secretly say things in certain channels that we're just now picking up on.
I'd like to add with
Brilliant.
symbol. Symbol is also something you can hear, and it's a symbol, it's a sound. And you say when something is sound, it's true. It's fundamental. If you say that sound, advice, that's true, that's symbolic. So symbols do point at the truth, where sign is a sig and a null. Now a null is like a naught, a zero. It's giving, but it's taking something away, in a sense. And I just thought I'd add that.
On the pomegranate weave, you know, my mind goes directly to the devil card, generally, because you're in the underworld. This is like the time for Persephone, or where you're like, you know, there's the forbidden fruit. And on most standard devil cards, Rider-Waite style, the queen, she's over there. She's got a nice branch with all the fruits on it. It's looking all lush. And the guy, the fella, he's on the other side, and he's getting his tail set on fire by El Diablo. It's kind of silly. But one thing that a lot of people notice is, you know, the devil's got he's doing the Vulcan live long and prosper sign, but sometimes Adam, the male at the bottom, he will sometimes have a palm on the stone or the cube that the devil's perched upon, or he's at least reaching for it like he's about to touch it. And that little gesture is encoding palm on granite. So just the little posture of the shape of Adam reaching for the granite, he's about to do palm on granite. Now this is the palm of the garanteur, the garantir. This is the person, the trustee, the person who's going to get all the burden put on him. And so the palm of granite is also not only encoding a hand grenade, which is a dangerous thing, but it is also encoding the palm of the garanteur, and that is that you're making an oath, that you're putting your blood on the dotted line. And I just think that's fascinating. Also, because the bottom line of all contracts, that little line that you sign on your personal checks, it actually says authorized agent, authorized agent, authorized agent. You got to get a magnifying glass to see that. Why are they hiding authorized agent from you? And that's because of the mystery of the pomegranate. There's so much to it.
Author, that's where you get Thoth is in there as well. You just blew my mind with the whole palm on granite. Guys, we're surfing. I hope you guys aren't seasick out here. We're riding these cosmic waves, man. This is awesome. And guys, I want if you don't mind, Slick, mention to the public what you're putting in the private chat with the word intention. And also because someone mentioned intention, dude, our private chat is, you got to go to the public because it's too valuable, or maybe we want to keep these sacred secrets, secrets, aka sacred. But can you share with the people attention and the Athena one, attention and intention?
Isn't that something, right? Yes. So the word 10 is in intention, and it's in so many things. And now I don't want people to get upset or to think that your language or your words aren't serving you. I'm not trying to pull any potency out of our own system of communication. I just want to bring light to it so we can just keep the light of truth on these manipulations. So, like, one thing that is in my heavens right now is the cranial scaffolding. Crane, kneel. Remember, in the clouds, the crane goes up and the people go down. They put their ass in the sky. So crane, kneel, sky, which we know this is all about the sky clock, folding. The sky is unfolding. It's constantly in motion. So it has its own mechanics to it. And if you speak the language of the cranial scaffolding of the realm, then you will see that it has been threaded into language in very manipulative ways. And so you have to pay attention. You have to pay attention. And this word attention comes from Athena. Athena was born out of the head of Zeus. She's silver-eyed Athena. Do you know why her eyes are silver? Because she's paying attention. And her name is where the word attention comes from. She is the brainchild of Zeus. And there's something strangely mechanistic about her because she's born with all of her armor. She's flawless. She's perfect. She's exactly what the people needed. There's a bit of a deus ex machina in Athena herself, but I thank God every day that I have attention. I give thanks for my attention. So yeah, I just thought I would weave that one in.
Beautiful. And I'd like to add one more thing to that. The idea of tension, the idea of string theory, the idea of strings representing tension on a line representing polarity, representing the causal loop of time, beginning and ending, a flow two-directionally, and an old Masonic maxim, which I can't not throw in here. God is pressure. So to consider God as pressure, the tension is what takes us back to the pressure. Under pressure. Makes me think of Queen.
Man, that is profound. And then think of the Prussian education system. Think of that. Dude, that is the most, I've never heard that maxim. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm going to be chewing on that for months, buddy.
Yeah, can you repeat that for fourth graders like myself in the vortex? And it's funny you mentioned vortex earlier. The German word for four is fear, veer, and so you have vortex. But no, let me not digress. Can we stay? Franklin, can you repeat that again with the 10 and the pressure and God, and how that relates to God, and explain it to me like I'm a fourth grader, please.
Okay, so the word vortex, I'll start on this point. It's got a T in the center, T representing time, T representing Baphomet, T representing Saturn, and the Lord of time, Lord of cycles. So voor is to be in front of you, voor is before me, and X is what is behind me. The past is behind me, and the future is in front of me. So vortex represents movement through time. So strings could be a conceptual way of understanding the movement through time as being a string of causality that links you from the future to the past. And strings, when they are played on a musical lyre, now the lyre, we're going to go down a rabbit hole with lyre, is the tension that produces sound. And the sound is the first primal sound of Om. First God spoke. Before there was light, there was speaking. There was vibration and sound before light. Light comes from sound. So the tension that is in the line between the past and the future is the pressure that produces vibration and sound. So we can say that God is pressure. And now we've got string theory that has come out of this as probably one of the more popular forms of physics available. And there are 3 different versions of string theory, essentially.
Kilelle, what do you think about all this fantabulousness? Can we hear Kilelle, man? Because I feel like, bro, this has been, I've learned so much, man. Kilelle, are you there? If not, it's fine. I just know, and don't let me digress. Oh, go ahead.
I'm absolutely loving it. What Slick dropped on Star Wars is, when you study, you're going to come to that naturally. When you look at the history of George Lucas, you'll see that he had Joseph Campbell living with him at one point. And for those who don't know, that's the author of the Hero of a Thousand Faces. You know what I'm saying? Like where mythology comes from. When you understand mythology and the journey of the hero, a whole lot of other things will make sense to you, but the journey of the hero is just the journey around the zodiac. Now, when you understand that alphanumerics or numerology is the first language, that gives you one of the best maps you can have as far as tracing language and where these spells and curses come from. I can't stress enough the power of series like Star Wars or Star Trek or Doom, which is the grandfather of them all, right? But even down to today's Harry Potter and Avada Kedavra, right, which is the killing curse, or Muad'Dib, or Kwisatz Haderach, which was a killing term. You have to understand what they're trying to tell you here. So y'all are on it. I'm loving it. You know, when you read things numerically, these things are easier to see. I cannot stress that enough.
It really feels like there's years worth of content that have just been composed so far as of yet. So amazing, guys.
There's some stuff going on in our private chat, and I want to bring it into this realm because so Moonfeather, Ramar, well, I think pretty much everyone has been making comments on worship, hold, pressure, bow, stern, and for loads of us that have been down all these rabbit holes the last few years, about, you know, birth certificates and we're not really registered and we're lost at sea and all this stuff. I would really love for all of your guys' opinion on this. What's all this marine terminology? Why is it so prevalent in our language?
So if I could, go Kilelle. Go ahead, brother.
I just want to say something real quick, and by all means have it, Ronan. When you look at the word law, that's land, air, and water, right? We are on the land, which has been stolen from all of us, right? And we run under the law of water. When you look into maritime terminology, when you look into things like the Black's Law Dictionary, when you understand what a free white person is in law, you'll understand why we have people who literally look like us, but they're not us, running things everywhere. When you look at these supposed slave statues and statuaries all over the world, especially in the UK, where they have actual slaves, supposedly, chained to belfries and to towers and to cathedrals, right? These are the actual slave owners. Everything has been inverted. So when we talk about language, when we talk about what magic actually is, it doesn't get deeper. There's a point I wanted to make earlier with Alan Moore. Alan Moore is a world-renowned occultist and writer. He wrote comic books. Quite a few have been turned into films like V for Vendetta or Watchmen, for example. And he wants absolutely nothing to do with them. Does anybody ever ask the question why? Because he put specific curses and words and terms and ideas in those stories that were not supposed to see the light of day. And that's exactly why they won't let them die. So I want you to think about that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So just to touch on that maritime law. And yes, Rima, I'm going to go into the Phoenicians because that's where the main seafaring people, that's where Thoth and Hermes came from and really brought all of this information to the New World, which I consider the New World, Egypt, Mediterranean, the Greeks, the Latins, etc. So yes, on the land, you have basically with partnerships, all these ships which are granted to you from a uniform code in the legal system with the Black's Law Dictionary, etc. It's because this is a land that they were taught this information from back in the day from the Phoenicians and Thoth. Fast forward, they're using this information, the euros and things. And so once the it has to be a history lesson. That's why this language is a history lesson. Once the Moors and those that were defeated in the early 1400s and all through the 1400s that were protecting the exit of the Mediterranean, once they were defeated by these psychos like Queen Isabella, Connor, can you mute your mic, man? I'm sorry.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize it was unmuted.
Oh, it's okay. It's so once that Rock of Gibraltar area was opened up, the Italians and Greeks and Spanish were able to then sail to a land that they knew all about. They had all the maps and everything well before that time. So they came across as maritime. Yeah, you need license, etc. So they came across to the Americas and to defeat the people in the lands that they knew here, and they introduced maritime law. Also think Chronos with time, think Mary, Marines, mermaids. Mars is actually where that originates from. So much unraveled in that. So we are here under a conquered by conquerors, and they utilize maritime law on the land. So all of that Black's Law Dictionary stuff, it explains all of that in the language, the language, the mist, which is another conversation. But there's so much else involved with the I'm having a little bit of a blank, but I've read all these books and I'm very good. Slick, take it over.
Yeah, let me pick it up, man. We just had a huge revelation this couple weeks back about this ship in the Piche. The ship in reverse is Piche, and they put that on. They add that to you. They're addressing you. They're adding address to you when they give you any relationship. They are putting a piece of information onto you. And so we're realizing this is the Pope's hat. This is the cop, is a hat, a top, a head, a mantle, a cop. Piche is Pisces. The fish hat is literally a pun, a linguistical pun for do you understand? Do you accept the terms of this relationship? Do you piche? Capiche? Do you peacefully accept the fish that is shipped into your consciousness so that you are like you're a product, you're a good, and you take a bite of the hook and they have joinder. So the capiche is the cap of the fish that the Pope wears, but there's a possibility that's not the end of the rabbit hole. Like all these things, you're like, hey, we solved the riddle, and then it packs into another layer. And I got one. Oh yeah, what's that?
I got one. Let me and then I'll pass it back. I got one. Also, Brick talking about the Pope and that hat, fish, Pisces, even Thoth. representation in merman, and the colors, the red and the white, are also important. So you have the Vatican sending out missionaries to create a parish for those to worship. All this is military talk, right? What else is there? There's so much related to that whole pushing of this, their Ra Legion, the Legion of Ra, because they are Saturn worshipers, they are Ra worshipers, and that's why a lot of the moon culture got killed, persecuted, or stolen their knowledge and morphed into this Langu age that we're talking about. Which, by the way, Langu age, if you boil that down, a quick one is it really just turns into mist. It represents mist. Am I still on?
Yep,
okay.
I see you.
Okay. So you have also, then there's those papal bulls, or those edicts from the Vatican in the 1400s that said you cannot enslave a Christian. So you have this war people coming with, and it's like, imagine you have a choice, either be a slave or convert to Christianity, which you'll then going to go into the parish and all that type, and drink the blood and get involved in their whole cannibalistic Ra Legion, drink the blood, eat the flesh. When actually there's people that would say in the old tradition that's actually everyone would take mushrooms. The flesh would be mushrooms, and people would start tripping, but they turned that into a cannibalistic Ra Legion. So that's how a lot of the people in the Americas, for sure, became enslaved and re-indoctrinated. They were converted. They were already here, and they were converted. That's where you get words like harbor, Berber, those types of Kaaba, the cube, Cuba, Kaaba, the Ka in the Ba. I could go on and on about the words over here, which actually started here, went there, and then came back because the people were like, we're going to go back and conquer it, right? And someone mentioned, I was reading something about a queen. You mentioned Queen Sheba and everything. There was intermarriages before this. Like the Dodes and Dodas would marry people in like land, Ireland, and you get into these, the Saracens, and even look at the coat of arms of Andrew. You'll see the Saracens and crowns. And so, yes, I do always bring it back to the Phoenicians because they're the beginning of this. You know what I'm saying? And now these other people like come down and wipe them out, take over. You have the Boule, you have a lot of high level melanated people behind the scenes, which Kilelle could talk more intelligently about, pulling the strings of this. This is a battle. We're in the middle of forces battling each other. And, Kilelle will tell you those people, when they play chess, they use a paw. I'll let him tell that. When they play chess and they move a piece, they use a paw, which is interesting. We're stuck we're trying to be shamans and mystics and magicians and live with nature, and there's these groups battling each other. So that's why all this seafaring war talk, that's all this, the Ra legions talk this way. They're Saturn sun worshiper Kronos people, and they've conquered the Moors and and all that, and stolen their identity and stolen their secrets, their mystery schools, etc. And it goes very deep. I'm just giving like an I know I'm all over the place because it spreads so far.
Yeah, buddy.
This is a lot to like unpack if anyone out there is listening and interested in that.
I want to hand you a couple offerings, man. First, oh man, there's so much. Okay, 3 things I want to remember: the pressure, the Moors. Oh, and then I'll just say this one right out the gate, right to get it off the list. America Birdog the man. America is an anagram for chimera.
That's interesting.
Chimera. And
So,
also,
yeah, those old maps show chimera and giants. There's all kinds of giants here.
Right, and that's all the propaganda to keep people from wanting to come here. You go off the edge of the earth, whatever, that kind of thing. But there is actually a silhouette of a sphinx in the United States profile. I call it the Bell figure, and that's early in my research. But a lot of people have seen the Chef Boyardee profile of the Mississippi. Well, it's not just one dude standing; he's got a whole sphinx's body behind him, with wings included. Idaho is the wings of the chimera that is America. So I just wanted to share that because we're talking about this mixing pot of culture here, and the back and forth too. Is it a lion? Is it an owl? Is it a goddess? Well, it's a chimera, and that's indicative of English and the fact that we are still riddling it out. The Sphinx is the icon of riddling. Okay, high pressure. I want to talk about it real quick. That fit like a hand in a glove for my research because H.P. Lovecraft is a number 6 on my Enneagram. He specializes in fear. He specializes in a fictional realm where fear is the most powerful element that does not really exist. But if you are a 6 personality type, you will gravitate to that mentality. And so when you said that God is pressure, that mentality to me harmonizes to that number 6 Apollonian loyalist with the shadow of fear personality type. So that'll be a lover's card and the devil's card in the same place, right? Very, very potent.
Pressure makes diamonds.
Right. And so, yeah, when I hear these vices like fear, I go to the Enneagram instantly. I have a roadmap of emotion. In the Enneagram, but like I hear these synonyms and I can put them in a position that orient them to the other potentialities around them. And then what was the other thing? I just wanted to say the H.P. Lovecraft number 6 loyalist, shadow of fear, and pressure all go into that corner of the Enneagram, which is most of the world is designed to behave as a 6. If you're behaving, you're going to lean into your 6 personality type. If you're behaving, the rest of the world is kind of is a kind of a free for all. But what was that other thing I was going to say? I'm sorry, I forgot. I forget.
I'm not in your head. I'm on your wavelengths, but I'm sorry, I'm not in your crane. I'm not in your crane kneel.
You're not in my cranial scaffolding?
No. I'm adjacent. I'm on the other side of the street.
I think it had to do with the citizenship and the Pisces and the water. Well, one thing I'll say this, though, all things water, remedy, intoxicating music that you lose yourself to, those are 3 personality types. It'll be like the Empress and the Hanged Man are the 3 personalities, and they are achievers with a shadow of deceit. So when we're talking about nautical, why is it maritime? That all kind of lean into that. I put Neptune and Dionysus in the number 3 position. And so that losing yourself, you're intoxicated on the Deus Ex Machina, right? You're in the Luda, you're in the playful love of the collective. And there's a non-groundedness to it. And I think that is what this maritime system is supposed to do. It's supposed to keep you relevant so that you're always easily swayed. You drank your coffee this morning, so you're already shortening your thinking pacing. Everything's faster now, and you're that much quicker to say yes to commerce in general. And it keeps the tides rising and falling even faster, is kind of what it does.
And then obviously,
maritime. One thing I'd like to add to that specifically, if I could, maritime. So it's time, it's Saturn, marry time. How do we marry time? Money. Time is money. And money is Isis, the US dollar, the anagram of the dollar. Isis is her ancient sign. And the moon. So the high priestess is being perverted. And knowledge is based on time.
Yeah, and you got that commerce, you got Merce, you have a whole bunch of stuff there, Mars, Merce. Yeah, we're stuck in that time of commerce. It's a trap, unfortunately. We're on that wheel, spinning wheel. Weekends instead of strong beginnings and all that type of talk. Moon day instead of daemon, which is knowledge, and on and on and on. It's a trap and it's draining. As opposed to like BushWhisperer, the best, Franklin, being a shaman, you don't need to know what Gregorian calendar says. You know what I mean? Like, you're out, but you have to know a little bit. Why? Because you have some commerce coming up. You got to pay the bills. You got to pay the rent. You got to know what day it is. You got to know the Gregorian. They own time in reference to how you operate your life. Think about Lush. We were talking about Lush stealing and the Vril. Imagine like the Vril society going, dude, no matter how shaman you want to be, they're gonna have to know what day it is to pay some sort of rent at some point. So they're still under our influence and that their essence and their seance, their science. So that is a controlling, oppressive thing that we are all under their pressure because they want to be God, not the cool kind. They want to replace that they are what's the Pope? He is the conduit to God. You must go through him to get to God. You cannot have a direct connection. And could you imagine you're connected to God and that you are also a God? That's blasphemy. So they control stuff. People walk around, guys, and you think you're free. Yeah, I'm free. Oh, really? You're on a time. Owning time and Chronos and all that stuff. They worship this. They run it. And no matter how, you don't even know you're not free, most people. Because they're not even aware of this information. And to the homie in the chat, this information, knowing this is not oppressive, and we're not looking into the abyss. Where the chains are loose and we're removing those chains. This is to Ramen on tap. Is knowing this depressing? Not for me. Because I've already went through my paradigm death shift of the grieving period. I've already went through shock, anger, depression, and eventually acceptance. I've accepted what's going on. And so now I'm way more lighter and more powerful. And when you know a spell's being cast against you, it takes its power away. That art of suggestion, all that type of magic that they use and play with their string. You want to talk about string theory? You got a puppet master with that's string theory, and you're just dancing around. Gotta be here at this time. What time is it, Slick? Gotta go. I'm the Mad Hatter. Gotta go. That's the purpose, so that you can never just be, right? You don't have time. So if you have money, Mooney, you'll have time to think. You'll be your own owner of time, but unfortunately, you need that Mooney, Lily. You need that Mooney. You ain't got time. I ain't got time, baby. I gotta make the Mooney.
But this, as everything is completely interconnected, this is a nice link right back to the start, I guess, because we do all have free will. That's the one thing we know for sure. Every human, every being on this planet has free will, and they can't mess with that. But what they can do is bend our free will so that we think we're free and we're absolutely not, to your point. And they do it with words. So everything we've just discussed is a loop all the way back to humanity thinking it's free and has free will and going about their day, but we're all completely enslaved. It's an absolute web of entrapment. And the only way to break free of that, like many of us here are trying to do various degrees, is to understand, to inner stand, rather, not understand, inner stand. All of this, everything we've discussed for the last, I don't know, what, 3 hours? And this links back again to the movies, the TV programs, the newspapers, the whole lot. The reason that, you know, I don't know, I think probably comes from my grandmother, but I was taken to libraries from a very, very young age. And I remember my grandmother telling me when I was about 5 years old, and she took me to the library and said I could pick any book. And I picked up Charles Darwin, Origin of the Species. And my grandmother was the coolest woman on the planet, bless her. And so anyone else would have been like, you know, to a kid, don't be silly, you know, put that back, get something else. She's like, yeah, cool. If that's what you want, go for it, bring it home. So I genuinely don't remember whether I read it or not. I have no idea. Probably not, being I was 5. But the point is, from that age, I've always had this obsession with grammar, which we could go into that word on its own in a second, and gamma and gamma ray, and go off on a whole massive tangent, which I'm sure Slick and Ronin and BushWhisperer definitely will go off onto, because there's a whole subject just in that word that links then to, you know, witchcraft and the grimoire and all kinds of spin-offs from grammar. But I have a massive issue with, and it was something Rima said a couple of hours ago, where they're taking words out of the dictionary. And again, this links back to dumbing everyone down. So if you're intentionally, which, I mean, who these group of people are that have deemed themselves powerful enough to remove actual words every year from the language that we use universally. I mean, that's again another subject on its own. But the fact that there are words being removed, and when you look at, I remember being a kid in the UK, there was this supermarket, and it kind of came into being, and it was called Quick Save, but it was spelt KWIK. And I remember having, I don't know why, because I was a kid, but I really took umbrage to that. Like, I had huge issue. I was like, well, that's just stupid. Why isn't that spelt properly? And I remember like talking to my mum, and my mum's like, what are you talking about? And I had such an issue with this. I was like, well, why can't they spell it properly? That's just stupid. No one else pays attention. I'm on this like rampage about grammar, and it really to this day winds me up, because, and so when people text, I'm a nightmare for it, because if I text you, I'm texting the full word. I never abbreviate anything. The only thing I will do is occasionally I'll put OMG for oh my God. That's it. But I spell out everything, because I understand in a stand words are important. And so the fact that they're dropping out of the dictionary, and it's like Rima was saying, it's really critical words. Everything to do with sacred nature, divine feminine, divine masculine, you know, the root words, that's what they're taking out. And so imagine in 100 years' time, imagine the lack of growth and the lack of critical thinking. And you won't even be able to research stuff, because they'll have removed it all from the internet too. And it fascinates me. It really does fascinate me. So for me, grammar is a huge part of this. And now I'm opening the door for you guys to spin off into the the million meanings of the word grammar.
I'll let Kilelle makes a grimoire. He in these, my name, your name, he brings it down to numbers. So grimoire, grammar, it's amazing. And if I look up what a grimoire is, in their definitions, it's not very positive, at least, or you know, it's about demons and stuff. But in our grimoires are about power. But and then let's stick with Lily's question, but something to chew on, guys. We were talking about time. I'm wondering, for the smart people here, the theory of observing something, just it knowing it's being observed, it may change. So the fact that these people want us to observe time, I wonder if that changes time, because I always think of when we're a kid, I had no idea what time it was. Come home before it gets dark. And I'm like, cool, I'm just watching the sun. But I'm wondering if, since they're forcing us to observe time, does that, and it knows it's being observed, does that change time? Maybe that's too deep. I don't know, but I don't want to get away from Lily. Lily asked a question. Lily, and I don't want to, sorry, I'm mixing things here. Sorry.
That's spot on, and I could kind of slightly tie that together. It's kind of silly, but grammar, obviously, gram, that's weight. I wrote this in the chat, but I'm just saying. And mar is obviously see, so wait, see, wait and see, the mystery, the great mystery, the great mists of time that we're observing. So just, yeah, because I was going to say those other things anyway, so I might as well tie that in a bird.
Let's get back to Lily. I didn't mean to grimoire grammar. I didn't mean to take away from that. I just had a thought, and I'm just like the squirrel mind, just had to get it out. You know.
Yeah, I got a bunch of notes. I've been accumulating. Like, as soon as you said grammar, you knew it. I could tell by when you said it, Lily. You were like, I know you guys are thinking already. So, for one, it's like gram more. It's like there's more being said. There's more. There's pages within these pages. And I actually just had a bunch of random notes. Here we are, just the other day on the word hammer. But I think this is one that a lot of people have missed. There are family names through history that relate to the hammer as like a mantle or a symbol of pride. Starting with the Maccabees. Funny enough, the Maccabee family name from the revolution back then means the hammer, the family of the hammer. And keep in mind, these will all be revolutionary times. The theme of the hammer of the grammar is deconstructivism. So the hammer mantle gets passed on to Martel, who is, he forged the sword that Joan of Arc used. So his name Martel, he's a French, aristocrat who had a famous battle where there was a falling star that foresaw the outcome of the battle. So he collected the star, forged it into a sword, won the battle, buried the sword behind the church. Joan of Arc unburies it years later and fulfills a prophecy and goes on to be Joan of Arc. But that sword was built by Martel. His name means hammer. There's also Martin Luther in his 95 Theses. When he nails that onto the door, well, he's using a hammer, and the revolution ensues. Wherever the hammer comes and knocks down the old way, there's a new way of speaking. There's a order. You know, this is the gavel. This is the hexenhammer. And they're going to lay things to waste and build back better, is also what the hammer is telling us. And then, of course, we have Nietzsche. Nietzsche philosophizes with a hammer, and a lot of people think that that's an aggressive mentality, but I just want to point out there's another side to that. As with all things Nietzsche, there's a gentle side, and that is that he was a pianist. And he uses the hammer to test philosophy, like my cup here. I want to see, there's the sweet spot. There's the sweet spot of the philosophy, not up here, down here. And so he's using a hammer to find the sweet spot and the strengths and weaknesses in people's worldview. And then I know this is a long rant, but I had a crazy breakthrough here. I'm gonna throw down this. Oh, keep in mind that grammar and language is a vehicle. You're constructing a vehicle. You become Vulcan, Hephaestus, the guy of the forge. You're forgetting, right? You're forging. So there's another word here. that is through many languages that is kind of the same thing here. Lecturing, right? You're lecturing. Like right now, I'm lecturing. I'm on the podium. I'm Mr. Guy. I got the hammer. I'm going to lecture you guys on what hammer means. So I'm on the lectern. So that's the object that I bang my hammer on is a lectern. So my grammar right now is lecturing you. I'm banging my hammer on the lectern, and you guys are hearing the sounds, right? So you see how these linguistical things have physical correspondences that we mentally attach to, but they're all in our language as well, like a ghost echo of the physical, right? A lectern, that's the object that I'm standing on, is also a lantern, which creates a clearing, which is an election, which is in German, it's a Lektung. Lektung, when you lick your tongue, I'm up here on the lectern and I lick my tongue for the election, I'm clearing your thoughts. When you see me take a sip of this water while I'm speaking, I sympathetically create a clearing in your mind. I elect to drink this water. And I'm neuro-linguistically, I'm programming a clearing in your mind. The clearing is a meeting place. This is where a symposium, meeting of the minds can come together. This is where kosher, the kosher is kosher, where they come together and make it a surety. We come together and make, in this clearing, we're going to have a meeting of the minds. All of this is linguistic. And then Rectung in German means rectification, to make things right again, or to do a rite or a ritual in a clearing space, right? And then there's I think that's the end of my a racist person is is a Twilight speak for a resisting person, or they're resisting prison. Like accusing another person of being racist is 100% prison mentality. It's crabs in a bucket kind of thing. To even make that come out of your mouth, you will become a crab trying to pull the legs out of anything you can see. So even the phrase racist person, I think that phrase is whispering other intentions we're covertly expressing. And that is, this person's trying to get out of prison. This person's trying to resist the system. This person is a rebel. It's like this catch-all phrase, and there's a million echoes just outside of what we really say. When you read those letters, there's a million variations that we are also saying that comes right in stride with that phrase. So yeah, that was all my notes. I think I could shut up now.
Hold on, Slick.
One more thing.
I'm gonna blow your mind, but go ahead.
I got one more thing. Leap years. Usually we're talking about merry time. We're talking about a time heist. The leap years correspond to elections. The leap years and the elections are synced up, and they had to kill a president to make that happen. They had to kill a president so that the leap years and the elections were syncopatic. Okay, now I'm done.
So I'm gonna blow your mind, Gabe. You're lecturing. Here near my house, we have the leek mounds. Leka means to give knowledge. Leek mounds, leka, dropping knowledge, dripping. Here we've been dropping these drops of knowledge, surfing the cosmic waves. Look up the root word of leek, and you'll find leka. And obviously you could spell it by L-E-K-A, but that's the root word of leek. And that is probably has a relation to your lecture notes. So I would add that to your notes. We're dropping drops here of gnosis and leek mounds, which is actually pyramids. Here near my house, I'm surrounded by pyramids all within a mile of my house. They call them mounds. We were talking mounds earlier. So that's just another weave addition to that weave.
Man, I got something on it. I can't help it. I can't resist.
We're playing ping pong.
Yeah, buddy, yeah. The leek is the national plant of Welsh, of the Welsh people. And think of the shape of the leek. The leek is the big fat Y shape, correct? It's like 1,000 Ys stacked on top of each other is the shape of the leek. Well, the Welsh language is inundated with the letter Y. There's so many, they just take any vowel they want and they just put Y in its place. So when you see an excessive Y like Yggdrasil, you're looking at the signature of the Welsh people who their national plant is the leek. So I just thought, yeah, and it also relates to the keel of the Argos, the ship, the constellation Argos. It has a keel.
That earlier, Jason's ship we started this with, it could talk to birds. We're circling back to the very beginning. Now I'm gonna bounce it back, and then I'll rest my paddle as we play jump rope. When do I get in? When do I get in? But all those stories of that little boy who there's leaks coming and he's trying to stick his fingers. Yo, to any dark magi out there, you don't have enough digits to fill in these leaks coming out to the masses, because we're not only sending ripples out here, we're sending out tsunamis. Y'all are done, and we are so much more powerful than these paper tigers, man, straight up. So think about, they're trying to plug in these leaks. That's what we're told, these little kid stories that we grow up with. Nah, yo, bust the leak, bust the dam, remove the dam, let the waters flow down the stream, baby. Let the current see to the sea. Let's go, baby. Let's go.
I was just thinking as well, I wrote it in the chat, lepton is also like lecherous. Can't remember if you said that already. But, just thinking about what comes out from leptons or pulpits, which also sounds like leche, right? Which is milk in Spanish. So be careful what you drink, right? Be careful what streams of knowledge you drink of.
Mother's milk.
That's gorgeous. Oh, that is so gorgeous. In the constellations, that would be the Uranus River, which is like the Jordan, but it could be it's kind of the Milky Way, right? I guess that's kind of the Milky Way. That's great. And the Milky Way is the clearing. Whoa!
The Leche Way. The Leche Way. Leche Way. I don't know if that's Spanish. What's way in Spanish? Moonfeather, how do you say Milky Way in Spanish? Leche Way?
Well, galaxy. Gala is milk, and then it's a sea. It's a sea of milk. So galaxy is Milky Way. That's not Spanish, though.
Licht is light. The light way.
Say that again.
Licht, light, as in the light is on. Licht, in Germanic languages.
Bro, it's so much, man. Dude. I hope someone's been taking notes.
We need to bring in German, like 9 is no, which is the 0, which is the vortex, which is everything, right?
Dude, I hope someone's been taking notes of transcribing this entire show, and then please share it with me later.
I don't want to promise it, but I think I'm going to go back through and take notes as I go along listening, and so that we have a whole kind of transcript, not just of like all the words, but all the different things that we went into, kind of separated out and indexed.
Share it with me. But Franklin, I got about 8 minutes left in my that's as much leaks as I could drop right now. I'm running dry. I'm running dry on the drips right now.
But you've made a lake.
I've made a lake.
Yeah, man. This is a beautiful deposit we have here. I want to, since we're at the end, I just wanted to pick up just a couple loose ends. And because we talked about the plateau, about being childlike, entering the realm of forms, the Platonic realm of forms, which, by the way, a lot of people are like strangely triggered by that now. It's almost like, you find these beautiful philosophical spaces to assume with your mind, and then you find out that it's a bunch of people are pissed off at Plato now. Or like Plato's controversial, and you're just like, come on, relax, just relax. This is a story. It's just a story. So I'm going to share some of like what that means to me in my mind space. You know, I have a mind palace, and it's very chaotic to look upon. But I think I'd like to share it with you guys because it's literally, it's so fun to give visual context for this this sharing that we do. You know what I mean? And over on my channel, I've been on hiatus for months now, but you know, I do the Enneagram, and it's all crazy. This is my dry erase board. It's all scattered. This is like before I bring it to presentation. But you guys have seen, you guys have all seen the 1 through 9, the 3, 6, 9 of the Enneagram. And I've basically just put all of the major arcana in its stations of the Enneagram. And then kind of running what I know of history through these stations of these archetypal personalities, I go through and I find like the most illicit expression of a number 9 personality type. And maybe I'll get 3 or 4 of them and I'll weave them together in one show. But what I see when I look at this is kind of fun. I also see Plato's Symposium in a ring of sovereigns sitting in a circle having a conversation about what love means to them. And it's actually kind of a dark conversation. It goes in very dark places. This is part of why probably people are pissed at Plato. It's because he sat around with a bunch of pederasts and they talked about how to make a legal system for themselves and a separate legal system for everybody who is not in their culture. And that deviation point that you guys are over there, the haves, and you guys are the have-nots because you're not in our city, it's still in play today. It's still the cornerstone. And they're still pulling justice outside of your virtue. They're externalizing your justice and not giving us a sense of completion by removing justice from our virtue pantheon. And so this ring of sofas that is laid out in tarot cards, Plato is the only guy who's not in the conversation. He's actually too young to be at the symposium. He's telling the story like third hand or second hand, maybe. So he's not really even there. He's still a child at the time. He's the latest arrival to the party. That puts him at the number 9 position. We've been talking about 9 a lot today. And so 9 is slothful, is its shadow. Its most ascended reflections are peacemaker or balanced one. And so to be peaceful or balanced is to be in a meditative state. And in Socrates, if you look up the painting of Socrates' dying scene, you will see that Plato depicts himself as slothful, reclining at the foot of the bed. He can't even watch his master die because he wasn't there. He's not really watching. And so Plato, that whole layout, that painting of Socrates taking the poison, the government mandated poison, the government told him he has to take this poison. I think you guys know what I'm talking about. And he went along happily. He complied, right? He's in the position of Cancer. The person handing him the poison is Leo. And the next person down is Virgo, and that is Plato. Plato is in the position of Virgo, who is reclining. He's in the exact shape of the constellation Virgo. The whole painting is a sky clock, guys. And Socrates is in the position of Cancer. He's the donkey. He's the keystone. He's the number 7 in the symposium seating position, enthusiast with the shadow of glutton. But I just want to say, one thing I discovered when I went through the symposium is I found the 9 muses. Each one of the characters sitting in this ring of sofas has a corresponding muse. And Plato's muse is Urania. So I have Plato. He is the platform, right? The platform from which the voices are heard, from which we can see the realm of forms up high. His muse is Urania. Urania is holding a sphere or a globe or an orb. And Franklin, you said it, man. You said it when you said that the 9 is holding an orb up. That blew my mind. The anatomical shape of the letter 9 is Urania, the muse, holding this orb in her hands. And I just learned that today. And it's so fun to see that the literal shape of the numbers are actually complying to the little signs and symbols of these 9 muses from Greece. And guys, I could go on, and I'll try not to, but these 9 muses are alive and well. They're alive and well. They're preserved. In fact, I would say they're the 9 Navratris. I've corresponded these 9 muses to the 9 Navratris, and that's how old they are. And they are up. They are up and running. They're fully up and running. In the 9 days, the 9 days.
Yes, holiday in India.
Yes, the 9 days of the Navratri roll out in the exact order of the symposium. Plato Symposium. Day 1 is Phaedrus. Day 2 would be Pausanias. Day 3, Eryximachus. Day 4 is Aristophanes. You run these archetypal, their muse, their inspiration, their purpose in life, and it overlaps perfectly in the exact same numerological sequence as the 9 days of the Navratri. And so the Greek muses are a living embodiment of the 9 Devis. And guys, I'm telling you, they are alive and well. They are running operations on us still today using these signs and symbols. And when they killed Ashley Babbitt on the birthday of the Aeon, her backpack had a pause sign. Do you remember her backpack? Looked like 2 towers. Looks like a pause sign. Gives you pause to think, to stop and consider. Well, guess who Pausanias, he's the second speaker in the symposium. Pausanias, he's a tourist attraction. He writes tourism pamphlets for people who want to go on a guided tour of Greco-Roman architecture. On January 6th, there was a guided tour of Greco-Roman architecture. In a pause twin tower symbol on her backpack, she got shot in the jugular. Jugular is a philological, it means bugle. Guess what Cleo's symbols are? Book bag, a scroll, an open scroll that looks like 2 towers, the number 11, I. Guys, Ashley Babbitt falls down. She dies next to a lectern. She dies by that wooden pillar in the stairwell with books strewn out on the ground and a shot in the jugular. Jugular means bugle. It's a torn bugle. The books, the lectern, and the bugle are the symbols of Cleo. They were writing history with the blood of Ashley Babbitt. The whole fucking thing was a construct. It was just an act. It was all theater. It's all theater. 100%. So
I'd like to add something to your enneagram, and I can't wait to see it. But when you speak about the major arcana, we think in terms of 22, but there's actually 27 of them. For 5 of them are repeated. And the ones that are repeated are obviously Kaf, which is the wheel, Maim, which is the hanged man, Nun, which is death, transformation, Pe, which is the tower, and Tzadik, which is the star. That's your card, Ronan, Aquarius. So those 5 have a double sound in the Hebrew language. So when you take that into account, there are actually 27 letters in the Hebrew language, even though they're 22. And I know that Carlisle is going to jump all over this because he's going to have something to say about the 27. But that might help for looking at your enneagram. I've not thought to actually construct it around an enneagram like that. Brilliant idea. But those 5 might fill in the gaps.
That's cool. I love those. I love that sequence. That's like 1, 3, 4, 7, 8. And because it's 5 of them, you end on the star. That's cool. I love how you laid that down. I dig it. I totally dig it. Guys,
jump in there, Kalel. I know Kalel got something cooking, y'all. Kalel, get in there, man.
I'm trying. Plato is the father of plagiarism. So there's a lot of reason why people hate him, and they don't even hate him for that reason outright. They hate him for other stuff that doesn't even make sense, which is supposed to be a clue to make you go deeper to understand why something is being inverted, because that's the only way hate even comes into the equation. But when you understand that he had to cross the burning sands in order to learn everything he learned, then we can easily get to the origin of that, right? Now, everything is scripted. The woman that you're speaking about who died in the Capitol didn't die because that was a complete false flag, right? Like, I got to state that for the record, because there's a lot of people who believe that bullshit. And that was completely staged. Just like everything they show you on mainstream television is staged. I don't want to sound like I'm kicking a dead horse here, but as soon as you understand that everything you're shown is scripted, the easier it will be to understand. So I ain't trying to hurt nobody's feelings. I ain't talking to nobody here. But as far as people who are going to hear this from posterity, your feelings going to have to get hurt at some point, because you believe in shit because you don't know. Once you know, there's no reason for belief. These are what the mystery school is in the open, but it's not taught from a holistic standpoint, so you don't recognize it. Your spirit recognizes it because you're drawn to this and you're drawn to that, and you just don't understand why you got a feeling for this. That's all part of the mystery school, all of it. Nothing is taught holistically. And that's on purpose. So the quicker and easier you tap into yourself, understand the tenet of knowing thyself, right? Tenet, also directed by Christopher Nolan, who just put out Oppenheimer, right? Oppenheimer happened in the middle of Tenet. Go watch it again and understand what was trying to be prevented in that time loop. Understand that 8, the number, goes to the word 8, like you just ate something. Great, that lasts forever. Hate, that hurts forever. That is eternal. Understand what these words and these frequencies are trying to tell you. Understand why you don't like hearing or saying a certain word, perhaps even a certain language. But you won't know that until you tap in with yourself.
Nice, man. Nice. So I think I missed last week. I know you guys went over numbers, and I really regret that I did, because the Enneagram has given personality to all of the numbers for me. And some of those personalities might not sync up perfectly with what other people think of when they hear those numbers, you know. But when you mentioned 8, in the Enneagram, 8 is a controller or a challenger that has a shadow side of being lustful or over-controlling or domineering. And when you think about how many words, or even the good words, like even positive associated words that have the word 8, like, you know, being late, irate, gonna debate, like all these things, they kind of have this like kind of a confrontational requirement, you know, pressure. Pressure is kind of implied by the 8 in a fun way. So yeah, that's fun. I actually need to go back and watch. Did you guys have a long one last week?
Yeah.
It was. I think it may be a little bit longer than this one so far. If I could give you something about the 8, understand that the 8 is of course the infinity loop, right? But the 8 is the infinity loop, which is feminine, stood up and erect with the energy of the masculine. It only works that way in this realm, you see. But that's you only get that from the bird's eye view. You go back to the language of the birds, and this is again why the divine child of Isis or Osset is Horus or Haru. We were talking about the Sphinx, or properly pronounced Hormaket, right? There are many of them in the Grand Canyon, which we are no longer allowed, and that's for a reason, because there's temples to Isis there. There's temples to Hathor there, and there's a reason for that. So, you know, understanding language is the first barrier to circumventing a lot of these spells that we're still currently under collectively.
Hathor. That's
that
a
word
rabbit.
canyon. Sorry. That word canyon ties into what we were talking about earlier. I forget the word that we took apart so laboriously, but it relates to canyon, depression in the land. What was that word?
A valley?
Plateau.
Oh, plateau. Okay, yeah, the other one. That's right, we did.
So ion. The word ion often seems to come up. And when we look at like ion, like canyon, ion. So ion always to me relates to ion, right? Emotion.
It's also a anagram for knowing.
You ever notice how 3/4 of the New Testament is written by John? Well, we know when you go back more than 500 years, there was no J. So there was no Jesus, there was no Jehoshaphat, there was no Jehovah, right? So who are we talking about? We're talking about ion. We're talking about light. That's why he corrupted the teachings of Jesus. That's why you have Bibles. And this isn't to give special credence to Christianity, but that's why in the Bible you have the red letter editions where the blood of Christ is actually in his words. That goes back to what you just spoke about spilling the blood of the innocent, because the Constitution is written in blood. There's two. The Magna Carta is written in blood. Look at who they say was sacrificed or who died first in these wars. Remember, everything goes back to Babylon. Babylon is a play for Chaldean, right? Which is why when you look at that cipher, you're going to get a certain language according to the code. Everything goes back to Babylon. Babylon, blood magic, sex magic, and literal spelling. This is where we get to 666.
And for those that don't know, the Grand Canyon and is in my opinion Mount Zion. It's when they talk about Zion, and they do have a Zion National Park north of Vegas. So all of the words and they didn't name that, it was named that. So that's why when I see Petah, Utah, that's why I am convinced, and I see Mississippi, obviously, and I broke down so many other stuff already at nauseum. Most people here have heard it. Chaldean, etc. The Hebrew all comes from this side. So that Yon, Eon, Ion, Zion, it's all in that. And of course, Khan, American, as in king, with a K. Again, I don't operate in C's. I remove all C's and replace them with K. So a simple trick for those out there listening, try replacing every C with a K, and that'll also give you some insight. I gotta drop because we hit the drops, and I gotta drop.
Yeah, man.
Is it okay? I'm gonna leave, and if you guys keep going, that's great. But guys, this has been if I can say my goodbyes, this has been a true honor. I've had so much fun. If I talked over anyone, it's just because I'm excited. I'm like, hold on, wait, I got a boom, boom, boom. You know, we are playing double Dutch. When do we jump in? So the topics are so exciting for me. And this is one of my favorites. And just like the numbers last week, we've barely scratched the surface. This is merely a brochure. There are volumes and chronicles and written about these types of things. So obviously we're going to miss some things. We're not going to cover it all in one day, but Franklin, I sincerely appreciate you for putting this on. I'll slow down. I'll get out of here. You guys know all. I love you, Slick. Connor, Lily, Kilelle's my man, Rima, Moonfeather, Mooney, the Mooneyverse on Sunday. Check it out. Anyway, peace and harmony. Check out my YouTube. We'll be bringing back season 2 eventually. I've been on hiatus also, Gabe, because I just need to preserve my energy. And and Franklin keeps putting on awesome shows in it, and I can't. I'm like, I'm trying not to do this, and then he brings up cool hangouts, and I'm like, I gotta come. But anyway, I love you guys. I'm out of here. See you later. Signing off. Bird Dog.
Love
of
you,
the
brother.
bird language.
There will have
is
to be a
signing off.
sequel. This will have to continue, and we will have to branch numbers back into it, like the Ouroboros.
That's gematria. I can talk about this all day, every single day. I'm out. Later.
All right. Peace, Bird Dog. Big love. Guys, my face hurts. I think I got to slide too.
Yeah, me too.
We've got to call it at some point. Who has more to add?
I think. I'm gonna vanish too, and I think Ramar, you need to go rest and get yourself healed and better.
Yeah, I need to rest. Definitely, I'm going to.
You guys are amazing. BushWhisperer, thank you so much for the invite. You are an absolute legend for creating this group of individuals. It's beyond awesome. From all corners of the globe, we have managed to find each other, which in itself is the biggest blessing. It really is, because it's difficult when so many people around us have not done the research, do not have our critical thinking. And so to have, this is like home for all of us, such a beautiful, safe space where we're evolving every time we come together. It's just amazing. So huge love to all of you. You're such an awesome group of people, and hopefully I'll see you all soon.
Thank you, dear. And right back at you 1,000 times. And to all of you, I'm sorry if I got so excited that I couldn't shut up. It was just too much fun. Konami Codes is still here. No, he's back in. Okay, there we go. Oh, sorry, he's dropping out. Well, thank you all, and anybody else that has anything to add, I'd love you to have your last words. For now, we will definitely be doing a sequel of Banding In, but I'll shut up and let you guys say your
I think we should do a
last piece.
tarot round table. Not that I understand the tarot, but I'm intuitive, so I always have something to say about that, because that would be a really good way to bring numbers in again, and Gabriel's Enneagram, and there isn't anything that you can't bring into the tarot in life, so it just opens up so much. So that might be something at some point, perhaps.
Nice. Yeah. I would love to do that. I've had some personal revelations on the tarot that you can't get out of books. That's kind of like what I do, is I like find things that are not dependent on external authority. It's like straight from the laboratory. So yeah, I would love to do some tarot work sometime.
Before I get kicked out again, I want to say this has been an absolute pleasure. Slick, it's been wonderful being back in your energy, seeing you shine, bro. I want you to take the lesson you learned from hanging out with your daughter, you said, for a month. Yeah, you got some serious insights that was much needed, because some of the change in your beard is actually a blessing and a reflection of that. You know what I'm saying? Some people think it's a bad thing. That is an incredible blessing. That's proof that you tapped in. Libra Lamb, Rima, Moonfeather, Franklin, everybody who's been here, it's been an absolute pleasure. I look forward to the next roundtable, and love, peace, and power to everybody, man. This has been dope.
Blessings, much love to everyone.
One thing that I had trouble kind of fitting in, but I wanted to drop before we end this this conversation, is something I found when I was researching. Is I was looking into Aum, and I also found a word in Hindu, which is, I mean, not Hindu, in Islam, which is related to this. Akal, it's AQL. I may be butchering the pronunciation, but it means to bind, and that is to bind the A itself, bind the alpha. And the description here is, it withholds a person from that which will harm him. just as a tethering rope holds an animal back from escaping. And from the people, there are those whose intellect is blotted out on account of his disbelief, and on account of his heedlessness. So therefore, he cannot distinguish between what is harmful and what is beneficial to him. So he possesses intellect, the faculty. However, he does not derive benefit from his intellect. He is deprived of benefiting from his intellect, and Allah's refuge is sought. Amin. On account of his disbelief, kufr. So he becomes a person who cannot utilize his intellect. I thought that was a fascinating Quran quote.
Buddy, that was so much Socrates, I can't even take it. Socrates had his guardian spirit, his protective daemon, that would only prevent him from going into harmful situations. So the parameters of his relationship to his daemon was completely laid to bear with what you just shared.
Oh, that is awesome.
And I think, I'm not 100% sure, I'm 80% convinced that I found the name of his daemon, which a lot of people would be mad at me if some silly dude in Indiana figured out the name of his muse. I think Socrates' muse is Calliope. She's the matriarch of all the muses. She didn't give birth to all of them. That's a different character, but she is the eldest of them all. Some people might say she's the mother, but she's Calliope. So I just thought I'd share that. There's a lot more to that little nugget, but I thought I'd share that. I think Socrates' muse in it. What were the letters you just said? Was it a QAL?
AQL, yeah.
QL. That's all hiding in Calliope's name. Like those sounds are inside of Calliope's name. And now hold on a second. Whoa, hold on, guys. Whoa. I'm having revelations. Dude, I'm so glad you even said that. I'm having really powerful revelations. Okay, so doggone it. I kind of need my map. Wow, I'm having really heavy revelations off of this. Calliope is Socrates' muse that keeps him from going into bad places. He's the number 7 on the Enneagram. Exactly opposite from him is the number 2. This is why the 2 and the 7 and the 7 and the 2 are balanced out on the Enneagram. They balance. You add them together, you get the 9, which is balance, right? So the 7 and the 2. The muse in the 7 position is Calliope, the matriarch. Across from her, her counterbalance is Cleo. Remember, the muse of history. And so Cleo's name is inside of Calliope's name. And so I'm seeing this, what you just shared about the spirit of warning and protectiveness. I'm seeing a tether from the Calliope also to the Cleo, because think of the ritual where they sent Cleo, Ashley Babbitt, into that window to get blasted in the horn, in the bugle. A torn jugular is a bugle. That was a tether pulling her out of a dangerous situation. Or no. We could say that was her getting off of her tether. She was not tethered. And so she broke free. She trespassed and she got punished for it. Do you see what I mean? It's as though Cleo has lost her sense of what's safe and what's not safe. She doesn't have that chain, that warning, that daemonic preventative voice.
It is so beautiful how you saw the reflexivity in that. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for breaking that open for me.
Yeah, man.
There's something question I had earlier, which was earlier Franklin was saying about God sort of being the tension, and I was saying in the chat, like a bow and arrow, and you were saying releasing her now, and earlier I was saying, well, if God is the bow, God is the tension, then who or what is the arrow? And you were just mentioning that untethering, so that's really, I don't know, that flooded back into my mind again. That's interesting for me.
Right at Sagittarius. And right back to the first eon.
And I mentioned Sagittarius too in the chat, yeah. Got something Kilelle said. That's interesting.
Right.
Things are joining together at the end.
If I could add on to what y'all just said to give you some more confirmation, I don't know how much of a gamer anybody here may be. If you're not a gamer, just go to YouTube and watch God of War movie. But there's a video game series called God of War. The main character or protagonist, his name is Kratos, which is a play on Kronos, his grandfather, because he's another demigod of Zeus, right? His daughter is named Calliope. If you understand numerology and you understand the placement of the gods, you understand the code I just gave you, because you just completely lived it.
This has been a fun weave, y'all. I like that, the tension. Again, the 10 is being shown, there's some, but it's also the drawing of the bow, like you said, you're putting tension on it, building this potential that will unfurl in the future. Definitely goes to Athena, Athena, attention. Her name is in the word attention, but her name also means virgin. She's the what is it called? Oh, it'll come to me in a moment. What's that?
I will add one thing about Athena. Athena, Ate is a title of Keter, of the first sphere. So Ate means it relates to the divine name, which relates to I am. But it's not the name I am, it's the title of the name I am. And it relates to a crown. So Ate and then Na. Na is the petal of Muladhara, of it relates to one of the petals of the Muladhara chakra, which is the rooting, bringing that crown down to the physical. Athena is what brings down that principle. So she's obviously, it's sounding very mercurial when you consider it. All three of the symbols seem to be in there, the crescent, the sphere, and the cross. Because if you're taking the crown down to the only thing that moves between the crown is Mercury.
Parthenia is the word that I was thinking of. It means virginity. But just as I remembered it, you were talking about the ne on a petal. And in my mind, as you said that the ne is on this certain petal, I'm thinking Parthenia. I'm thinking of Parthenia. And you said the words. You said ne is on this certain petal. That's pretty fascinating. But yes, Parthenia is virginity, but it's also built up expectation. That's what you do when you draw the bow. The further back you draw it, the more Parthenia or potential kinetic energy you're putting into the action that will inevitably ensue.
Well, thank you all for most amazing evening. It would be lovely if we were actually sitting around a fire, wouldn't it? Imagine we were sitting around a fire.
Someday.
Oh my gosh.
Someday.
Sorry to add something in really last second, but I was trying to remember what Thea was. So I looked it up. I knew it was a goddess, as in theater. And it was a Greek goddess, an ancient Greek goddess of vision and sight. So I thought I'd drop that in. So I've been talking about theatre. I'm sorry, and goodbye. You trying to say goodbye?
Ea is one of the first Ea is one of Ea is the oldest divine name, I think, possibly. And then Ea became Yahweh, which is 3 letters, 4 places, 5 vowels without any consonants. What a name.
And obvious, but like consonants and consonants. And I was just saying earlier how yew tree is like on every continent, almost every continent, and has a connection, its Latin name, to the word tax, because we were talking about admiralty law and taxes and things like that. I would put it in the chat. I forget now exactly what the exact Latin name is, but yeah, I just remember that from ages ago, and I was kind of obsessed with yew trees for a while. And also they're to do with the connection with death and rebirth. Well, there's a lot you could span out from there, but yew trees were used a lot in commerce and building ships and weapons, and in medicine, even in cancer treatment, which you could probably take that astrotheology to, and all sorts of things. Sorry.
Thank you, Omar. That's beautiful. Something to think about. Shall we call it? Shall we say good night? Otherwise, we'll just be here all night.
Yeah, absolutely.
Otherwise, I'll have more to transcribe.
So help me out. I want to make sure I get that right. You said that was AQUA?
AQL.
Oh, AQL.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm digging it.
Gabriel, would you mind posting that reference tool you made, the Enneagram with the different things around it? I found that so fascinating. I would love to just look closely into that and examine it deeper.
Absolutely.
May I suggest something?
Yes,
Why don't you shoot a
Telegram
link?
group?
If you can shoot a link into the chat, the general chat, then we can make it appear on the page for, you've done videos. I can't think of the name of your channel.
You got it. Yeah. Slick Dissident is my YouTube handle. I'll try to, I'm going to go grab a link and I'll put it in our chat real quick. But when I do that, sometimes it'll kick me out. So I might take me a minute. I'll be right back.
You've got a new sub, bro.
What's that?
I said you've got a new subscriber.
Oh, sweet. All right. Right on. All right. Yeah, I'll grab a link. I'll put it in the chat. Just a sec.
Have you added Gabriel to our round table group yet? So maybe you could post it in there too.
We definitely will be. Sorry, we definitely will be. I was just trying to find his YouTube channel because I know I was looking at it recently. I just can't quite find it.
Yeah, I've sent it to you in the past, so you might.
YouTube's funny how it hides stuff away from me at times.
Search it in our private Telegram chat because I sent it to you. I sent that his channel to you previously.
Okay. Am I on? I think I linked it. Sweet, guys.
Yeah, perfect.
Where's the link? Did you put it into the public chat? Because then I could flash it on the screen.
No, it's in our group chat here, the private chat.
Yeah, it's in the private one. I didn't get it in the. I'm not on YouTube. I'm a bit of a Luddite. So the one I linked is, I think you'll like this one, Franklin, because this is the one where the muses and the Navatri come together in this one, in the one that I linked.
Are the Navatri related to the Navagras? Or Navagraha? You know what I'm talking about?
I didn't find them to be, but it's so very similar. I didn't find a link to that. It does make me, but those sounds, that series of letters, definitely makes me think of the Nagamati, which is serpent made. Nagas Madi is made by the serpent. which is not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. It's just important to know.
Very fascinating to know as well.
That is one of the oldest festivals in India, by the way. One of the very old ones. And it's a big one in the Himalayas still to this day. A lot of India doesn't celebrate it, but in the Himalayas, it's the biggest thing. And people literally do the whole 9 days. I mean, it's a heavy festival. Hey, wow. It's tiring.
Right on, right on. All right, guys. Well, just let me know. I'll come back. I'll drop everything and come right back. Let's do this again.
We will do. So much love. Thank you to everybody. Livalam, Moonfeather, you still, Moonfeather is here. Can't hear her. Ramar, thank you to all of you. Moonfeather did some beautiful synergizing of everybody earlier. And I love the way your heart just brings in that heart. And Ramar, as always, Ramar, your mic wasn't that good. I hope my mic was good this time round.
It is
So much
always
love to
such
all
a
of us.
blessing to share this space with you guys. It's like, you know, I think of like the Indra's net, and it feels like my heart is being woven into a larger net. And I don't think I ever would have come across any of these ideas. I wouldn't have gotten to be exposed to all of these fascinating new realms if it wasn't for you guys. Thank you so much.
So much love to all of you that was watching and is still with us. We still have a few people watching after 5 hours. It's like diehard intellectual connoisseurs that are here drinking. Nice. And so much love to everybody. Thank you, all of you. Thank you, all of everybody that was a part of this. Sorry if I got so excited that I forgot myself. I did that. I was like a little kid, like in a candy store. It's hard to forget.
Yeah, I love the jump rope analogy. That really is it. That really is the perfect analogy. It's like jump rope.
So much love to you all. Big bless to everybody. Have an absolutely gorgeous weekend. Bye-bye. We're out.
Adios.
Adios.